done that?
No, I didn't.
Now I'm about to say you are the tackiest person
I wouldn't
in
do
the
that.
world.
I actually give gifts, Pat.
Oh.
No, it's decided. I'm not getting married.
I don't think you decided that.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent are required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text STAY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text STAY to 42424. That's STAY to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis, you're listening to TMA. This is 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. How's my audio? Because I'm not going to adjust the mic.
For you, it's perfect, Tim.
You're kind of, yeah, it's fine.
Is it fine?
It's a little McAfee, you know, like mic down low, but you're just giving takes.
But Doug, why the YouTube viewers are waiting for us.
Oh, no, don't touch it. Don't touch it.
YouTube.com/TMASTL. They're waiting for us. But if I watch this, just a little boom.
Oh, there she goes.
Just a little, and now all of a sudden, now I'm looking up into the sun.
Okay.
Is that a pill you just took?
I did.
Kicked in.
It did. Just a little, it's a key bump, actually.
Here, I'll pot you up just a touch, and I think we're going to be just fine.
Okay, there it is. Jackson, tell the audience about the dossier here today on 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL. Thank you, Air Alliance team, for sponsoring the studio cameras.
Well, the Blues have a big game tonight, so we're going to have Robert Thomas on at
Friend of the show?
8:15.
Okay, well, I think he agrees to come on.
Well, no, I think
Maybe that makes him a friend. I just don't know.
I think he's a friend of the show.
Martin, do you think he's at the same level as co-host, Billiken coach Josh Schertz?
No, he's not there yet.
Okay.
We're trying to kind of bring him on board. He needs a little onboarding, I think. Maybe after the show today, Tomer and I will onboard together.
I think that'd be great.
I think he's had a little fun with it. I think his humor is a little dry.
I like that.
That's his humor.
Yeah, he gets it. You know, we're not like the greatest knowers of puck, but we try our best.
Clip that off.
Fuck.
Another promo running. Jackson, what else is on the dossier?
Today on the dossier, we also have Brian Federko, and then Tim Convy's coming down the hallway from the Courtney Show. We'll be talking to him. He'll be with us.
Tim Convy on the Funny Bone this weekend. Doug.
Yeah, 10 o'clock hour.
10:15.
Talk it over with him. I think that'll be a lot of fun.
Sure.
Tim Convy. And then just, takes and opinions. And just,
That's a screaming tell. The player is weak. Come over the top. I'll be honest. I have 8-3 offsuit, but it's good enough to take this pot down. It's just good enough. Because, Doug, the lead in the dossier is Eagles fan Ryan Caldwell breaks silence on vile video, apologizes for actions that were not without provocation.
Okay. Someone goaded him into calling this woman.
I like that term.
Such horrible
Goated.
words.
Some would say he's been goaded and thinks like now they're one of the greatest of all time because they got a great tweet off.
No.
But in this case, goaded means provoked, urged, perhaps against his will.
I don't know if that goaded is spelled with a T or a D. D, goaded.
Yeah.
Because it could be goaded. You were pushed by the horns of the goat into a direction.
Nice. But in this case, it's Goad.
Right.
ED. Jackson, I mean, is that accurate? Because I was watching SportsCenter this morning, not a Van Pelt edition, for the record, and they were really excited about the Warriors win last night.
Big W for the Dubs.
And that kind of told me not a lot. Locally, big night on Tuesday. Big night on Tuesday.
Sure. Yeah.
Last night.
Mizzou and the Blues winning last night.
ILL shipping at Assembly Hall. Billikens, no disrespect to our co-host, but not covering the 10 points, costing me a lot of money with my high school bookie.
Today's one of those days where I earn my keep. This is where
let's watch this man perform, Martin.
Okay.
This is where, there are days like this, not a lot going on locally in the sports sector.
Oakville overcomes heavy graduation losses to contend for third successive state crown is the first story on STLtoday.com.
Well, you would hope they would graduate there. You would hope the players wouldn't stay there for their 5th and 6th seasons of high school ball.
Well, they had the COVID year. You'd think high school kids could hold over a little bit, pull the Jimerson, just stick around.
That'd be kind of awkward.
Yeah, it's been 4 years now. It's got to be 22 years old.
Jimerson already has his MBA, and now he's getting some sort of master's certificate and some other.
Well, you might as well, yeah. That's good use of your time. They're going to pay for it all. Yeah, why not?
You are welcome to get involved on this program. Doug, so many ways for the people to get involved. Chairman Kurt just sits there and he stares at the Bank of Collier and Thompson phones. 314-974-0101. You can text it to the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. Just save these numbers in your phone, and then you're communicating with the program throughout, and then youtube.com/TMASTL. And not only can you communicate with us if one of us are looking at the YouTube chat, where 87 friends now have gathered early in the program, but you can make friends. You can make lovers in that YouTube chat.
Lovers?
Yeah.
If people become engaged and started a date thanks to the YouTube chat.
I think that's happened on the TMA fan page on Facebook. I do believe that happened. Yeah. Chairman Kurt, I feel like you're the most dialed into the TMA fan page on Facebook. You ought to join it. Jackson does a wonderful job of moderating it.
I haven't heard tales of love being made through the fan page.
But it is a dating site more than anything else.
Essentially. With as many men who are on it, it's prime for hot action.
If you can sift through the dozens and dozens of Grateful Dead videos from the 60s, then I think you might be able to find a date on there.
Doug, did you know that there was a McKernan in the Grateful Dead?
I did not.
Did you really not know that?
No, I didn't.
Martin,
know
did
that.
you know that?
I did not know that.
Jackson, I would imagine Grateful Dead probably
Jerry
isn't something you're all
Garcia,
that...
Bob Weir, Mickey
Rooney,
Hart?
who
Mickey
played
Rooney
Mr.
was in there.
Yunioshi in Breakfast at Tiffany's.
Is he the one who didn't consummate?
With Ava Gardner, that's correct.
So we've been told anyway. We would have no way of knowing.
Mickey Rooney. Who's that?
Don't people post it on Twitter?
Well, how would they know? How would anyone know but Mickey or Ava?
I sometimes get Mickey Rooney and Mickey Rourke confused.
Oh,
Very
come
different
on.
people.
I know, but the names are so similar. Both.
Well, they are. There's a lot of similar names.
But
You're confused as to who Mickey Rourke is versus Mickey Rooney.
Well, sometimes I hear Mickey Rooney and I think the wrestler, but that's of course Mickey Rourke.
Right.
But when I hear Mickey Rooney, I know Breakfast at Tiffany's.
That's correct.
In one of the most progressive roles.
Doug,
of all
that was
time.
described as a progressive role?
I don't know.
Well, yeah. Well,
What do you know about Mickey Rivers? That's a good Doug one.
Right.
The cat would always bring in Mickey
Center
Rivers. He must have been in the
Yankee.
1970s Yankee.
Terrible throwing arm, but boy, he could run.
Doug was never going to leave his wife for me, so I figure I might as well marry a woman.
Big moment for
Did
Chuck.
that start on the fan page? Maybe that's how Charlie met Jess on the fan page.
Flirting.
I would bet, Tim, that somebody on the fan page, maybe a
There's
trucker.
no women. There's no women on there.
Maybe a trucker has met some fella down at Wally's because they were
right across from the Cracker Barrel on the
they
north
were
side of 44.
talking on the message board, talking about Mizzou, and then they're like, "Hey, what are you doing tonight?"
Yeah.
And then-
See? Thank
No,
you.
I'm not
Thanks,
saying-
Doug.
no,
Don't
Doug.
kink shame our listeners.
No, I'm saying get together and eat like a bag of popcorn and just talk about TMA.
Have you been to Wally's?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of neat.
Live read.
but could you imagine like a post-coital conversation about like Doug's take on the pitching staff? You know, like how cool would that be?
Coital. What is going on over there? I was just saying, fellas talking.
Well, if we're talking about love found on the fan page.
Now, how about this? Now we're starting to get some firsthand accounts.
Okay.
Doug, my wife met her boyfriend on the fan page. Thanks. That's from Dickie Betts.
His wife met her
Now
boyfriend.
that's on brand.
These scumbags on the fan page.
Once again, an edit point that just it makes
You wanted
Doug
to know
cringe. Ron Pigpen McKernan, Grateful Dead.
What did he?
Pigpen, OD.
Tambourine? What do we got?
I think he was the pianist, Adrian Brody, 2002? 2002?
And a long-time mascot for the Denver Broncos, the guy who wore that barrel. His name was Tim McKernan.
That's correct. And
He's a
Doug
figure
was at the
skater,
2015 World Series of Poker main event. I sat next to his brother,
Oh, did you?
obviously also a McKernan, at my first table at the World Series of Poker main event. And I think that was 2015. I think I busted out on day two. I think it was. I know you tracked my play. Yeah. So, and then Chairman Kurt, you were citing that there was a figure skater, and we share the name Tim McKernan, I believe.
Yep, that's correct.
It's exciting.
He's not as good looking, obviously.
Oh, you didn't.
Morning After with Tim McKernan.
How about that? Same
Pigpen
guy.
McKernan was keyboards and harmonica.
Yep.
Pigpen.
Yeah, that harmonica. Billy Joel. Think about it.
Tough instrument to play.
You call it the mouth liquor stick?
Mouth harp.
Mouth harp.
Tim, yesterday was hot. Doug felt really good about our time together. Milked when I got home. 50-plus tickets sold from the show alone. That might be low, though. Solid program on FM right here. Pale, KJ is a superstar. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves, who was in studio with us yesterday talking up a promotion that if you follow the TMA Twitter account, which is at TMA STL, the TMA Instagram account, which is at TMA_STL, We sent out the link to it, a wonderful promotion. I know many of you who listen in the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota 7 o'clock hour might not get a chance to listen in the 10 o'clock hour, but he was in yesterday along with Mark Hinkle of the Ollie Hinkle Heart Foundation, and the promotion that they're referencing is 300 raffle tickets. They're capping it at 300.
That's it, 300.
In which, for $100 per raffle ticket, and you can buy as many as you would like, you are going to be able to get tickets to the Saturday round of this year's Masters, including a hospitality tent and accommodations in Augusta, Georgia. So, I mean, that I would imagine, Doug, can I say retail? Not that there really would be retail for that.
Yes, you can say it.
I would think that's 5 figures. I would think that's 5 figures. If that's on the open market, like if you were to go to take your pick of whatever travel website to try to get a hotel in the Augusta area on Saturday night or Friday night in Augusta, Godspeed to you. I think the Comfort Inn is probably going about $2,500 a night. In addition to trying to get tickets for the Saturday. I mean, you can have all the money in the world, and it's going to be tough to get tickets to the Masters. So, for $100, you got a shot, Ollie Hinkle Heart Foundation, and we tweeted out the link to the contest. So, that's what he is making reference to, and it is a wonderful organization. And when you go to theohhf.org, the pop-up is right there to click on the link. So there you go.
Said they raised $10 million. Isn't that
$10 million?
Unbelievable.
Yeah. That's great.
That is a great local foundation.
See your son, a year old, getting a heart procedure just to go through that. So unbelievable what they turned a tragic situation into something really positive. It was an inspiring story. And we saw another side of the recovering alcoholic. And then he text in with the other side.
He can be nice if he wants to be.
I think a lot of people, though, all due respect to you two, would consider it a kind gesture when he offers up his wife.
Yeah.
And
it seems inappropriate to me.
Well, you haven't necessarily been offered yet.
Yeah, that's true.
It's more focused on me and Michael Wellington.
And a lot of it he does on the TMA website, which is now, we've all admitted, a dating website.
Yeah, that's correct. Ray King, who I saw as I was leaving the building yesterday, Doug, at 4 o'clock, working on show prep for today's show, was walking out, and Ray King was walking in to pick up his Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month award. How about that? And you know what he is? He's a special spirit.
Is he?
And he texts in,
vile.
I slept with Stephen Wildwood because of the TMA fan page on Facebook. So there you go.
He brought some people together.
Yep. So that's wonderful to see. It's over. I bought all the raffle tickets. Remember this, Doug. He who has the gold makes the rules, and I have both. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
Wacko, sure.
He's an oligarch.
He would like to be. He would like us to think that he is.
Read this dumbass text.
Yeah. We figured it would cost $30,000 to buy all the tickets.
He bought them all.
Well, I don't know that there's any evidence of that.
You can get involved on the program as well. 314-399-9646. I am, and call in 314-974-0101. Chairman Kurt manning the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. We're giving away winter warm-up passes for this weekend, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, to the winner of the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. I am intrigued to read this article on the Eagles fan who has spoken, but then says that he was provoked. We will have that for you coming up here on the program. The timeline for Robert Thomas, he will be with us in the 8 o'clock hour, and Bernie Federko in the 9 o'clock hour. Tim Convy, comedian, and also a cohort here at Hubbard Radio, is going to be with us in the 10 o'clock hour. His brother, Chris, who used to be on the Courtney Show, has been with Nikki Glazer for a number of years, and was one of her writers for the Golden Globes.
Oh, really?
Like that. Fun facts for no and tell. So Tim is going to be in studio, and he's performing at the Funny Bone. And we have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. There is your captain's log for today's program. Others would call it the dossier.
Indeed.
for today's program. James Carlton is a loyal sponsor of TMA. Been my insurance agent now for 5+ years. We're approaching the 6th anniversary for when I switched to James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. You type his name in a Google search and you are going to get 409 5-star reviews. This one posted just a month ago. James and his team have been exceptional. They are always there to provide support and have been helpful with any questions I may have. I highly recommend the James Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency for those looking to switch from their current home, life, and or auto insurance provider. There is a really good chance that James and his team are going to be able to save you money. The only risk you have is about the 30 seconds it's going to take to call the number or go online. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. They do all the paperwork for you when you make the switch. It's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL. Hey, St. Louis, Tim McKernan here with you to talk about aesthetic design and build. They've been high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years, and I have gotten to know them personally. And Dan and his team have come to my house to look at what we can do to improve our outdoor living space. Dan and his team have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley, and they walk me through all the different types of custom work that they are capable of doing. Custom decks, really their specialty, but there is much more that they can do for your outdoor living space. Get it ready for the spring and have a wonderful warm weather season in St. Louis. Puts you in a good headspace to start thinking about that now. Get it taken care of now so it's ready when that warm weather rolls around. They are online at Aesthetic Design and Build. That's aestheticdesignandbuild.com or 636-532-5008. It's aestheticdesignandbuild.com, and let them know I sent you their way.
Tito's, the Doritos and Cheetos, Fritos, Mojitos, and the Senoritos, Flamingos and Trios with the jalapenos. Oh yeah. Tacos from tacos with panchos, nachos, churros, rancheros,
one of this, and that's what he got.
Truly one of the great songs of our generation.
Adios.
Amigos. You know what I got yesterday? Anybody want to guess? Jackson knows. He has inside word.
Where did you go again?
I mean, that would give it away.
Okay.
What do you think? Do you think I haven't sat at the poker tables with Phil Ivey before? I can pick off your
Okay,
bluff.
so you want us to guess a restaurant, not a dish.
Either
I got chicken wings.
Okay.
But where did I get them from? Jackson knows. Withdraw from the conversation.
Consider me withdrawn.
Salt and Smee?
Nice guess. Saw Tom Schmidt here in the building 2 days ago. Wonderful gentleman.
No. Was that right?
No.
Oh, well, then it wasn't that nice a guess.
That's a good guess.
Olive Oak.
No.
Okay.
It's a good guess, too, though.
Can I have initials, please?
T.H.
T.H., the Hut House.
It's a good guess.
You went to Tomorrow's Haven.
I went to the Hive, which is a... Is it fair to call it a sister restaurant of O.B. Clark's? Because it's the same menu.
Spinoff?
And I believe it's... Yeah, I think spinoff, like Joey for Friends. And I got those dirty wings. Oh, Bill, the dirty wings. Yeah. I told Jackson I was going to get the dirty wings, and oh, Bill. And they're not even a sponsor, so I guess this is Yola.
No.
But, no, since you asked, Doug, I told you.
Well, I didn't ask. You just said guess.
Well, I heard the guys singing, don't forget the chicken wings. And
For Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah, exactly. Don't forget the chicken wings. And it triggered my memory. Ladies and gentlemen, call in with your favorite wings. 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. It's the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. 7 o'clock hour here on the Morning After, 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL. And I read. Ryan Caldwell, the disgraced Eagles fan who was captured on video heckling Allie Keller, a female Packers fan, and repeatedly called her a dumb C word, issued an apology Wednesday after he was fired from his job with a DEI-focused company and banned from all future events at Lincoln Financial Field in Philadelphia. Caldwell explained in a statement to the New York Post that the video circulating online, quote, does not reflect the full context of what transpired. And my actions were not without provocation, end quote, in the incident which took place during the Eagles and Packers game on Sunday. Quote, while attending an NFL game last Sunday to support my beloved Philadelphia Eagles, an incident occurred that I deeply regret. What began as banter with two Packers fans sitting near me escalated to something more serious, and I said things that were unacceptable. In the heat of the moment, I chose unforgiving words to address one of the fans, Ms. Allie Keller. I want to sincerely apologize to Ms. Keller for those words, and to my wife, family, and friends, my former employer and colleagues, Packer fans, Eagle fans, the Philadelphia Eagles, the city of Philadelphia, and all who were offended. That said, there are two sides to every story. The video clip circulating online does not reflect the full context of what transpired, and my actions were not without provocation. I will live with this experience, and I am certainly paying a personal price. For those who do not know me, this incident does not reflect my values or the respect I have for others, and is not indicative of the person I am. Keller's fiance, Alexander Basara, filmed the entire altercation, which took place in the stands at Lincoln Financial Field during the Eagles' win over the Packers. Basara said in a post on X that Caldwell's heckling was unprovoked, while he and his fiancée were cheering for the Packers. It was a tough situation, he wrote, surrounded by hostile people, including two of his buddies, one his brother. If I got physical, there was no good ending. Caldwell was fired from his job at BCT Partners, a DEI-focused management consulting firm, the company announced on Tuesday night. There is no elaboration, however, as to how he was provoked. No. Has anybody seen any elaboration on how he was provoked? This indicates there was a conversation with the New York Post, and I am reading directly from the New York Post.
Well, he said there's two sides to every story. Does he give a version of what
That's why I'm asking. If
feels like he should put that out there immediately.
Right. This was his chance to say, here's what happened.
And if he doesn't, I'm gonna say that I'm not buying his side of the story without a little more information
that we could check on.
I read the couple's story. They're actually from Pennsylvania, but they're Packer fans. And they said they were a little intimidated. So the husband said, I just did not want to get physical. He felt like they'd get jumped, basically. He was afraid. And the woman said she was afraid her husband would get beat up if they talked back.
I 100% agree with his logic, and that is sharp in the moment. And it might sound like, well, of course, because we're sitting here 100% calm. But imagine, you know, all of us here with significant others. Jackson will, in my opinion, be engaged within the next week. And me, Martin, and Doug married. If we were sitting there, and I'm a big guy, too.
Intimidating.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If somebody was calling our wives ugly, dumb.
Yeah.
Did he go fat? Was it ugly, fat? No, it was this ugly, dumb C word.
Yeah.
But you're not just in a hostile building. You're in Philadelphia.
Right.
And you got that going on. You throw a punch, forget about it.
Yeah. Not to mention those fans, the Packer fans, had the low ground. You know, oftentimes we see these.
That's a nice analysis. I follow you there.
Yeah.
You're talking about the guy who got
Swinging
fired
up.
was, he was above them in the stands.
He had the high ground. You always see these videos of fans fighting in the stands, and it's always up towards the top of the stadium. But usually,
Now, what was that right there, Doug? Did you catch that?
Yes, he was making an elitist statement.
That's exactly what it was, and that's a nice read.
It was also true.
So that was a socioeconomic commentary that, like in the green seats, we don't see people fighting at Busch Stadium. But like in helmet nacho heaven in the upper deck, you're saying that's where they get upset.
If it says Loge, you know that's where things might go down.
Bring your brass knucks.
Unbelievable, Martin. Me and you are meat and potatoes guys. And listen to what we just heard on this program.
Offer Jackson tickets to the Blues game tonight. Are they all inclusive? Yeah.
Exactly right.
Is it in a suite?
I like to be taken care of. Whenever you see these videos of fans fighting, which is always hilarious, because the shirt often gets pulled up and there's a little bit of a hangover.
Now he's fat shaming. He's poor and fat shaming.
Go ahead and
That's what's going on from Horton Watkins here.
I just see it, but the person who has the high ground they always catch him with a clean smack right across the face, and then they go tumbling down the stairs. It's never a good scene.
What else don't you like about the common man, Ledoux?
I'm not. It's so like. There's no situation, and maybe it's because of my physical stature, where it's like I am looking to go to a public event and scrap and fight somebody, fight another adult who also hasn't ran more than a mile consecutively in 20 years.
Now we're shaming the exercise habits of the common working man.
This has been bottled up inside of you for a while, hasn't it?
You're cardio shaming? My goodness.
Just
say this at the men's card room, not here on this program.
Just the idea of like spending money to go to the sporting event so like I can go get in a fight. Like, I don't know.
And get arrested and maybe get your eye poked out. Wouldn't the proper thing to do, it's what we do in St. Louis, is alert an usher that someone's being extremely abusive? And if the usher says, yes, this is out of control, they call a policeman, and then you never had this problem?
Right.
Isn't that what you're supposed to do?
And then the usher in Philly says, sit down, you ugly C word. And you're like, well, that didn't go too well. I totally agree. I read this story yesterday. I agree with this couple thinking, oh, my God, we're going to get jumped. The whole section will beat the tar out of us.
It's so difficult to control emotion in that position, but to have the ability to reject the reptilian brain, so to speak, of going, okay, F this guy. He just called my wife, an ugly C word.
Right.
And have the awareness, like, I can't do anything because I know he was catching hell in the hashtag comment sections of the video for going, man, what a,
P word.
Exactly, 5-letter word, cat, kitten, for not sticking up. I would have stuck up for my wife, and that's what's fine. You would have gotten your ass kicked up in the upper deck there in Philadelphia where Jackson thinks the pores reside.
And it wouldn't have just been one guy. It would have been 15 of them would have jumped on you.
Right, yeah. And the most hostile environment. Yeah, never.
And then those 15 would have told the police, this guy did it. You won't believe what he did. And then off you go to jail on top of everything else.
Who's describing the guy's company as DEI?
I read from the New York Post.
Yeah.
But what do they say? It's
a consulting.
they actually are in the DEI business? Because that would be unbelievable that this guy, who ended up being this nasty person, actually works for a company that's in the DEI business, or did he label them? Oh, they're just kind of DEI over there. I'm trying to understand.
I think the former. I think that's like an actual.
I forgot which part was the former. The first part. What did I say first? I'm sorry.
A sliver of the mob has now kind of turned their sights on the husband or boyfriend. They dug into his Twitter and found some old tweets that are now, I think, maybe going to start to catch up with him a little bit.
What do we have, Chairman Kirk? Oh, is that right?
Yeah. Bad look. And a lot of people are saying that they went in looking for this. There was a post about going into the belly of the beast with the...
is that right?
They had, a social media post where they said they were going to Philly, into the belly of the beast. They went in with a body camera. He wasn't just holding a cell phone from what I've read. So people are wondering if they went into this kind of looking for this sort of altercation.
I wonder why, and I know we don't have the answer to it, but why Ryan Caldwell, the Eagles fan, who has been fired and is the one who said the words, didn't elaborate on what the provocation was.
I mean, isn't that the first thing you do? You've been fired. There's no reason to hold anything back.
Is there any way that he would have been counseled to not say anything yet?
Yes. To answer your question, yes. I agree. I think that is a real possibility. I don't know if he is facing litigation or potential litigation in addition to already losing his job. So perhaps that is the case. I think that's an astute observation, Chairman.
Tim, Daily Mail headline.
Doug, that is the go-to source of TMA for decades.
Yeah. Daily Mail says, Eagles fan Ryan Caldwell, who got fired for abusing female Packers fan, makes bombshell claim. And so what I do, click it.
Absolutely.
Bombshell claim, and I'm waiting for the bombshell. There's another side to the story.
Have you seen said bombshell at all in this story?
No.
Pitch out, nobody going.
Apologize for his unforgiving words. They were unforgiving, Tim.
I want to know bombshell. More. Because here's the thing that stands out to me about the video, and at this point I would imagine the vast majority of people listening have seen this. He delivers the words in like a Jack Nicholson in The Departed, Michael Corleone in The Godfather, sociopathic calm that makes them almost more haunting. You know, he's not screaming at her. He's dialed in, looking at her like he's playing the character of like an evil character in a film. And it was so intense that I would love to know what transpired beforehand. And he's saying he was provoked, but he didn't explain. Chairman Kurt, you may be right that he might be facing litigation, and he had to issue an apology and then also stand down.
He's been banned from Eagle Stadium, Lincoln Financial Field,
and lost his job.
And forever is a long, long time.
Think about that, Martin.
You guys ever been barbed at a game? You know, like someone
barbed at a game.
You know, like someone throws some, like you're wearing like your Cardinal hat, and someone's like, "Hey,
fella,
Midwest boy."
Midwest boy.
That'd be too far. I couldn't take that.
Your club stinks.
But in a public setting, when do you react? So, for example, you're at the movies and the people behind you are talking the whole time, and you want to turn around and say, hey, do you mind? But you also don't want the person behind you to pull out a weapon, you know? I'm serious. Like,
that's where we are now.
You know, in a public setting now, you have to decide, okay, when do I respond to something that is clearly obnoxious behavior?
I ran into a shusher the other day at the movies.
A shusher?
You ran into a shusher?
Like a heavy, like a, not.
Oh, again, the fat shaming.
No, God, stop it! That's not what I was alluding to, but like.
Did they have some overhang?
She was quite heavy with the shush. Like she sat there next to me and these people like said one word. She leaned over another person to shush them.
Oh, Karen.
I was so uncomfortable.
So you were not shushed.
Was this at your art house cinemas?
Yeah, it was at Elmo. This was like a month ago.
What's Elmo?
Alamo. No, not the Elmo.
Hey, guys.
Yeah.
Not Elmo.
No, Alamo. Yeah, at the Foundry.
And what do you say picture? What picture were you seeing?
Honora. This was a good little bit a while ago.
Who goes to see Honora?
Honora? It should win Best Picture this year.
Really?
I think.
What's it about?
It's about I'll be honest, it's about a...
well, I would hope that you would. There's no reason to lie about it.
The plot of the movie is a female sex worker who's played by Mikey Madison meets a Russian oligarch, a young Russian oligarch, and they get married and problems ensue.
Did they meet on the fan page?
They should open up a bar in Manhattan called the Fan Page.
How do you get to be a young oligarch? You got to
son of an
that?
oligarch, yeah.
All right. How much money do you have to have before you are an oligarch? I realize I'm crowdsourcing.
I don't know if it's a money thing or a place of origin thing. Like, can you be an American oligarch?
I think so. I think there's people here that are accused of being oligarchs.
Okay. Well, this guy was Russian.
Guys, I highly doubt Caldwell is facing litigation, but if he opts to sue his former employer for wrongful termination, his counsel will tell him to keep his mouth shut.
That makes sense.
Nice observation from BBD, and I think that stands for Big Blonde Dan or Belle Biv DeVoe. Mount Rushmore of Belle Biv DeVoe songs. I'm always going to go with Poison. That was May of 1990. I was playing in Mike Bush's Hoops Plus, Martin, in downtown St. Louis. We were eliminated in the first round. That's correct.
Do they have an under 5 foot team?
Oh,
no. Sorry.
No more Belle Biv DeVoe.
Sorry.
There's Joe Buck. He doesn't want to hear the rest of the Mount Rushmore.
Caldwell worked for BCT Partners, Tim.
Yes.
The company boasts on their site, they quote, harness the power of diversity, insights, and innovation to transform lives. Which means I have no idea what they do.
That's like the word salad, isn't it?
BCT Partners on their website, it boasts their diversity, insights, and innovation to transform lives. And then it says, go Eagles. No, it does not say.
I'm also wondering if we're going to see different viewpoints and more videos surface with everybody having phones. And I'm kind of surprised that nobody pulled it out and we haven't seen more. Or...
I feel like we'd get that by now, wouldn't you think?
Well, is there anything someone could say to you that would justify the language that he used towards the woman?
Maybe.
I don't think so.
If you said something nasty about my family, I might respond in kind. You'd hope you wouldn't.
Yeah.
But if you were sitting there, Jax, let's just say at the Blues game, and you're wearing the Flames jersey because you like to be counter.
I do like their logo.
Sure. And some Blues fan was a little overserved,
said, I want
maybe
a piece
cardio
I want a piece of pale.
And just started saying terrible things about your lady, you might turn around and snap and say something extremely violent. It could happen.
You are welcome to give your opinion on the topic by texting in. Many are 314-399-9646, and by participating in the YouTube chat. 183 friends have already gathered this morning here at youtube.com/TMASTL. Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of the program. Brown and Crouppen local. We had Ed Herman and his son in earlier this week. They visit us every Tuesday. Andy Crouppen, Terry Crouppen, founded it in 1979. And if you're in a spot where you need their services, don't you want a local law firm, one that knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment? Brown and Crouppen treats clients and employees so well. They're part of our community. They value the St. Louis metropolitan area. That's why they are here, and that is why we are fans. Brown and Crouppen, you get great results and great service. Go online at brownandcrouppen.com or call 314-222-2222, 314-222-2222, or go to brownandcrouppen.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision. It should not be based solely on advertising. Past results, no guarantee of future results, and every case is different. It must be judged on its own accord. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. Robert Thomas going to join us coming up as the Blues have what is yet another playoff-like game tonight. Puck drop here on 101 ESPN at 7 p.m. Pregame at 6. This is TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan here for Stewart's American Mortgage. Everyone knows him as Stewie, and I am here to tell you, when you think of Stewie, you should automatically think about service because he specializes in it. One of the things that we have done over the 20 plus years of TMA is we have relationships with advertisers. We get to know them, and then therefore we can vouch for them to the audience. And then the audience can feel like they have a direct connection to that particular industry, to that particular office. And in Stewie's case, we've got it here because he gives out his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440. Or you can Google the Bagel Loan, and he'll be able to fill you in on what it is. It's all about no fees and no closing costs. Plus, he can get you closed in 10 to 15 days. So if you're looking to buy, sell, or refinance, call Stewie on his personal cell phone at 314-324-4440 or Google the Bagel Loan.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the Calgary Flames right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. See them at wandoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett. Doug was hypnotized by Biggie Smalls 90.
I don't know the years, Tim.
I'm gonna go 96. I feel like I'm leaving myself exposed on 94.
Okay.
That gets me 95 and 97. Chairman Kurt.
Recorded in 96,
all right, there
released early 97.
Yeah, thank you.
Is that No Time to Die?
It's
not No Time to Die.
So it dropped in 97?
Ready to Die.
Yeah, Mo Money, Mo Problems did as well. And that, of course, was with a friend of the show, Diddy.
Is he still locked up?
He is. And we started watching the show on Hulu last night. Is it Hulu? No, Peacock. Making of a Bad Boy.
Oh, really?
It's recommended.
His father, I'm sure, is mentioned often in the documentary, I would think.
That's correct. So you know about his father.
Yeah.
Look at this Jackson Burkett, Martin. He'll slam people for being poor and overweight in one segment, and then he'll be full of information on Sean Combs, known as Diddy.
Well, he promised to earn his keep today.
Yes, he did, and here he is.
I'm trying my best.
Okay, so what do you know about his father? Let's see if I can confirm from what I watched on Peacock, Doug, again, Making of a Bad Boy.
Well, his father was closely connected with Frank Lucas, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
Frank Lloyd Wright, wonderful architect.
Who's Frank Lucas?
Frank Lucas, you might have, if you've ever seen the movie American Gangster, that's who Denzel portrayed.
Denzel Washington.
Now that helps.
Yes.
You dropped it.
See, he's having a big show. Now he's shaming people for their income, their management of their finances, and how they don't have any discipline over their caloric intake. But you also provide context on Diddy.
Yeah. Sometimes I struggle with the caloric intake thing. Potato chips just taste so good.
Is that right? Really? It kind of surprises me on you.
Potato chips and fruit snacks. Just outstanding.
Wow. Live read, Yola.
What kind of fruit snacks? You're talking like
Gushers.
Apples?
Gushers.
Are you talking candy?
Oh, I've seen that movie.
You're talking candy?
This is not some perverse Reddit thread. This is the fruit snack Gushers, and they're delicious.
Another live read.
What about
this
the
guy's
chip?
starting to get into the
Does
Yola
the chip
business.
need a flavor?
Yeah, salt and vinegar, if you would. Okay.
Barbecue for me, please.
Nice.
I'll take Red Hat Riplets.
Oh yeah, they have
Old Vienna, Doug. Yola.
They have like all dressed, which is a Canadian thing, where it's like all the flavors mixed in one. That's stamp.
Red
You don't
Hot
like
Riplets,
it?
synonymous with St. Louis, also great government. And I read from the Business Journal. The two competing St. Louis plans for how to spend the Rams settlement money have adopted ideas from their counterparts. The two city pieces of legislation from Alderwoman Pam Boyd and Business Group Greater St. Louis, Inc., and another from Aldermanic President Megan Green, Alderwoman Alicia Sanier, and Mayor Tashara Jones are being considered by the Board of Aldermen's Housing, Urban Development, and Zoning Committee. The Boyd plan is to spend the roughly $277 million from the Rams in disinvested neighborhoods in North and South City, plus in the city's struggling downtown. The Sanier plan is to put into 6 funds for water and street infrastructure, subsidized child care, worker training, housing, and neighborhood development. Boyd updated her bill to include $50 million for water infrastructure, part of the plan from Sanier. Later, during a HUD's committee meeting, aldermen approved an amendment to the Sanier plan to prioritize downtown, plus the needy North and South City neighborhoods for the housing and neighborhood development funds, which total $100 million. Megan Green, the president of the Board of Aldermen in St. Louis, in a statement after the hearing, said that it had marked, quote, a significant step toward building consensus with Greater St. Louis, Inc. The private sector business group had backed an earlier plan to direct the funds to distressed areas, particularly downtown St. Louis. After meeting when listening to GSL reps and Alderwoman Boyd last week, we believe this amendment offers a way to prioritize downtown, North City, and Southeast City neighborhoods while honoring our commitment to investing in the people who live and work in our city, Green said. Neither bill has yet been passed out of committee to the full Board of Aldermen. There is an update on what's going on with the Rams money in the city of St. Louis. You can read it in the St. Louis Business Journal.
And they were just giving this money, was it last week?
Doug, I think it was wired into their Venmo on Tuesday after paying off a Nassau from the back nine.
So give them a little time to kind of sort through it. They just were handed this windfall, Doug.
Wouldn't it make sense to put a lot of it in some fund to make it grow so that you've always got money to spend?
I would recommend daily fantasy lineups.
Well, I don't know that that's a sure thing.
You ever invest in the Tam Avenue Capital Partners?
No.
You don't know about ROI then, Batch.
Well, I think infrastructure for sure. I think everybody could get on board with that. You need to spend the money on things that benefit everybody, not just a select special interest group. And that would be one thing I would say that you definitely have to spend money on, just so that businesses can come in and thrive.
I do believe in charity, and I do believe in giving back to the community.
Well, I think we
And one of the things that this station will do that's different than any other radio stations that I think in St. Louis is we're going to donate time on our times that we don't use the station or where it's not a profitable thing for us to do or whatever. And it's going to be Sunday mornings. It's going to be called Donating Back to the Community Charity. Now, how that will happen, we haven't yet worked out, but I do believe in it.
Right.
In other words, we don't have a show. We don't have anybody to put in that spot.
Donating back to the charity thing, show, fun thing.
It was well hashed out. That's why you can't argue with
We are
that.
going to take time when no one is listening, where we don't make any money, and give it back to you, the community. That's fine. See if you get a gift card out of it.
You know, yesterday was National Gift Card Day. I forgot to tell you.
We missed the opportunity, Martin. I said when somebody told me, was it you who told me that yesterday? I said, I wish I would have told Martin that earlier in the morning.
Companies love to sell gift cards.
Starbucks.
For as often as not, people lose them, forget they have them.
Throw
they
them in
never,
the fire when
use
you're
them.
cleaning up after Christmas.
Yeah,
It's a major part of Starbucks' business model.
Yeah, people not using the Starbucks gift cards.
Guys, I work downtown, lots of potential, but it's a freaking dump. That's from former TMA fan page moderator on Facebook. That's Neil Allen Craig Paquette. Any money spent downtown's a complete waste. That's from Harrison's brother, Master. F that. Doesn't matter how much you polish that downtown turd. People down there won't take care of their new stuff, and it'll be run down in a couple of years. That's from the 314.
Well, I'm afraid that might be largely true.
The money was handed over. Well, the settlement was in November of 2021. That's, let's see, that was last week? 2 weeks ago?
So you would think that settlement money has grown a lot.
They
in that
waited
time,
a year to put it in the
high
bank.
rates, Doug.
I mean, the stock market's been going nuts. If they'd invested that, they'd probably have 20% more money than they have now.
There are people probably in bank heists who get money into their own personal accounts quicker than it took them
They
to Rams.
waited a year, and I think it was the RSA, which runs the Dome, said, can we at least put this money somewhere to make a little profit off
Reasonable.
I believe Dave Spence, who ran for governor a decade ago.
He'll
or
come
so.
on the show.
Friend of the show?
Yeah.
Nice.
He would be happy. You want to have him come in next week?
Sure, absolutely.
And there's a guy who is a successful businessman who just wants things to go well for the city, doesn't need to be skimming off the top, doesn't need any of this, but wants it
Now,
to
hold
be
on a second. What are you insinuating?
I'm
saying
just
there's some
saying
corruption?
I'm saying in politics. I'm not specifically saying St. Louis.
Well, you could go ahead and say that.
I'm not, but in the history of
Ladies and gentlemen, you can get involved. Call in. Collier and Thompson phone lines. Chairman Kurt's standing there. He wants you to call in. 314-974-0101. You can also get involved in the YouTube chat. Airlines team, sponsor of the YouTube cameras, 213 friends, and they're talking it over at youtube.com/TMASTL. And email in for our designer, heating and cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
Love stopping by the neighborhood Schnucks to stock up. Great place to hang out. That DePere Schnucks, there's music playing, there's a grill. It's always a festive spot, but they also give you money back when you shop. It's part of the Schnucks Rewards program. It's real simple. You sign up, you download the app, you're earning 2% back on every purchase. Just sort of adds up. And then you get an alert that says, hey, you got $15 just sitting in your account. It's simple. You shop, you earn, you redeem. Show your barcode in the app. Use your phone during the checkout. Not only to get points for money off, Schnucks Rewards app has a lot of other features designed to make your grocery shopping easier. They'll send you coupons right to your app. Shop directly in the app. Order delivery or curbside pickup. Schedule it with the Schnucks Delivers. It's all effortless. Can't find those breadcrumbs. It's easy. Search in the app. You'll also find hundreds of exclusive digital offers and coupons, personalized savings, all delivered to you in an instant. What are you waiting for? Sign up for the Schnucks Rewards app. It's simple. Shop, earn, redeem. Do it at your neighborhood Schnucks.
All right, now we're inspired with this, Doug, aren't you?
Very much so, yeah.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Munganess is a sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour, and we are making our way into the 8 o'clock hour, which is brought to you by Fisher Window and Door Store. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. And it's a program that solicits your involvement via the Air Comfort Service text line at 314-399-9646. We are less than a month away
from the Cardinals showing up in Jupiter, Florida. How do you do, friends?
I'm fine, thank you.
Martin, we believe pitchers and catchers report on February 10th. That's a Monday. We believe this program will be making a glorious return like Jordan wearing the 4-5 to what was once the picnic table, but now there are tables that I think they have built specifically for us in the media area.
If we go, are you guys going to get yourselves some new boy shorts?
Clip that off. Yeah, I still have some that fit me that have juicy across the back.
I like that.
And I feel like that's something that the Cardinal front office would like to see on their campus.
There may or may not have been a request for the show to leave the clown show behind, like to clean it up a tad.
Is that saying they don't want me to go?
No, I think
No
they
juicy
just.
shorts.
I think to be full disclosure for the audience.
Yeah, this is a fun, because Jackson calls this honesty in media, which is why he's willing to slam poor people who are overweight.
Yeah, Martin, please open up.
I think they prefer we don't chase players through the parking lot.
Now, that's a shot at the Plowhawks' efforts to join Dexter Fowler on the team bus when they went to the escape room to build chemistry.
It seems like a fair request to me.
Yeah. I'm just sort of advising you guys to clean it up, that's all, before we get
That's
down
a little
there.
overboard. You can say you're going to rub honey all over my body, but don't talk about my mother.
Mother.
So the Cardinals welcome us.
Yeah.
The Cardinals welcome us back, but with terms.
Yeah.
There is a caveat.
Well, if we can give up chasing them in the parking lot, we ought to be able to wear the juicy boy shorts.
Thank you. We'll negotiate with you.
I honestly think this is a good year to have a show like this down there to highlight. I'm being serious. Some of the
I agree with
some
you.
of the personalities. Let a Mason Wynn sit there for 15 minutes and people kind of get to know. He's got a great personality. Jordan Walker, same thing. Alec Burleson's a really funny guy. And I think if given the opportunity, people would enjoy hearing from these folks and kind of maybe embrace a team that they're a little skeptical about.
I agree with you on that.
And maybe that's why they are, in all seriousness, maybe that's why they said, come on down.
100% agree with you on everything you just said regarding that. And so the plan is for TMA to make its glorious return, Doug, for the first time. Do you know what the last year we were there?
Oh, gosh.
I know you don't know the years, but I think
I
think you can do this one. I think you can do it.
about...
We're not in the about business. We're in the exact business.
2017.
Ah, sweet mother of pearl.
Much earlier than that?
No, 2020.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That recently?
2020. But then COVID, and I was like, oh, that's going to end the picnic table. That's what I thought. That would not necessarily because it should, but because it would be used as a way, we can't have the media around. But hey, here we come. February 10th through the 14th.
Tim, was that your first thought when COVID hit, an international pandemic, was your first thought, oh no, end of the picnic table?
There was that, and I was also living down in Jupiter at the time, and I thought, oh, this is going to be inconvenient for me. Does that come off as self-indulgent?
No, as long as it's you.
Thank you. I appreciate
I'll go with what Tim says.
Thank you. Thank you, Larry.
Spring training was never my favorite thing because I always did it when I had to work two jobs. You know, I'd get there at 7 in the morning for radio, and then as soon as 3 hours of that was over, then you work TV until you're doing live shots out there outside the stadium at 10:30 at night. What am I, a pack mule? So, no, it wasn't necessarily my favorite time. I mean, it's hard to complain.
Doug, you're nothing but a talking head. Savard's better than you. Shut up.
Friend of the show, Steve Savard.
That's right. So, but it was long days of begging people for interviews and then putting together 3 or 4 stories and standing there doing live shots at 10:30 at night. And those were tough.
They're locking the gate. You about done over there?
Yeah.
See you in 6 hours. We had a news director who would always say, down, what do you guys, golf all day? And I said, have you seen your lineup that you run? You're the news director. We're live at 5, 6, 9, 10. He's like, yeah, I'm golfing, hitting the... I'm like, I haven't even seen a body of water.
And it's like $300 for a round at the public course right across the street from the ballpark. Abacoa is for real. I think it's $200 plus for a round.
Really?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anything special, really.
It's nice because it's warm, but other than that, it's you know. But either way, that is the plan. And for longtime TMA listeners, you know that this is one of the more well-known weeks of the year. And the plan, again, this is the plan for us to return to spring training February 10th through the 14th. Now, will Eric Fetty be there? He was actually on with what show was this yesterday, Jackson? I see the audio, but I haven't heard it. Sirius XM?
Yeah, MLB Network on Sirius XM. And here's what Mr. Feddy had to say.
Okay, hit the lever, please, Pale.
Sure, Doug.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we still have a lot of very high-quality players. I mean, like we mentioned in the rotation, I mean, Miles has been great over years, Sonny, Contreras. And then, sometimes a little flash of youth can be a good thing, bring some spark, bring some energy. But, I mean, in the sense, I understand from their standpoint, you got to find out what you have sometimes. And the only way to do that is to let guys play. So, hopefully it's one of those things where all of, the more veteran guys play to the best of their ability and let these young guys prosper. And then, you find out who you got and who can really play. And next thing you know, hopefully you're in it and at the trade deadline looking to add to make a playoff run. So that's kind of how I'm looking at it and something, I'm excited for.
Eric Feddy.
Flash of youth.
That's how they have to look at it.
Sure, what else are you going to say? I get that. But what stood out to me from that, Jackson, could you tee up the porta potty guy audio?
Yeah.
Oftentimes on this program, Martin, I know you're still in the onboarding process and you're new here. Listeners will make the observation that a caller is the porta potty guy, and I reject it in kind because the caller does not sound like the porta potty guy. But for the first time since the porta potty guy arrived in the TMA world, I have to say, Eric Feddy actually sounds like the porta potty guy.
Oh, no.
Doug, take a listen to this audio and do some audio forensics with me.
Okay.
Because I kind of pushed my legs forward, and then I kind of just it was closed, the porta potty was closed, and I was in there, and then I opened the latch real quick and then just kind of ducked in there, and I was actually inside it. A little bit of room to move around, and I guess the first time nobody came for a while. I was in one of the wrong ones, and then I just switched over to a busy one, and then, I don't know, just some chick came in, and supposedly she saw me or whatever.
Oh, yeah, fun and games.
Yeah, he was hiding in the toilet of the porta potty, and then that actually became a problem.
Yeah.
And then he was kind enough to do an interview.
Well, there's two sides to every story.
Thank you, Martin.
You think they hosed him off before the interview? Because that's
before they put him in handcuffs.
Well, they have Doug over here complaining about doing stories in Jupiter 4. At least they'd have to cover talk to a guy covered in excrement.
No, never did that. No.
Maybe he was provoked.
Can I come down to spring training to celebrate your return to the picnic table and to witness broadcast greatness? That's from the Dover Soul. So he wants to stand outside the gates with the autograph seekers and watch us do the show.
Like a Studio 5A. Craig Melvin.
Doug, would you recommend listeners do that?
No.
What if someone actually did that? Went down to Jupiter for the sole purpose of supporting the program while we did the 4
Why would we reject their support, Jackson?
I'd be into it.
We've had some sponsors go with us, and that's always nice and fun.
Yeah, I'm with it.
So I guess
I hope people
maybe it's happening.
My aunt and uncle were down there one year, and they really wanted to meet LaRussa, and they're on the other side of the gate, so I had him go over there. And my uncle said, "You know this jerk talking about me?" And Tony goes, "Whoa, jerk. You must really know him."
But LaRussa would do that kind of thing.
Yes, walk over to the gate that you're talking about where fans gather and people might just line up to watch Tim do the show. Through the gate, the skipper would come over.
I think a lot of people had the wrong impression of him because, sometimes he gets so upset after a loss. But he couldn't have been any nicer, really, for the most part.
He understood the media's job, and he really did. He would nuke you one day, and the next day, how we doing? He was fine. He really did turn the page. Even though I would see him just lay into Arby Fallstrom from the Associated Press, and then the next day, it's fun. Let's go. And he would just start taking new questions.
Tough loss today. Tough loss today, yeah.
Yep. How about that?
I thought that was Tony. My bad.
That's probably how he lasted so long, that he was able to keep it all in perspective.
Yeah.
Robert Thomas is going to join us here coming up. Martin is going to tell us about the sponsor of our email of the day, in which we may witness history with the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom leading the standings more than halfway through the month of January. 3 wins, winter warm-up tickets the prize for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day winner today. So if you want to go to the Winter Warm-Up, take your family. The prize is Winter Warm-Up passes for this upcoming weekend's Winter Warm-Up. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day.
Fourth generation St. Louis business. They've been around since 1904. We're getting a little break in the weather today. It's a balmy, 30 or so today?
Yeah, it is. And it's going to be in the 40s tomorrow. We might see some of this snow start to melt.
Maybe the city will do some plowing this weekend, right? They were salting the roads the other day. I'm like, it was a good 9 days after the storm. Nonetheless, Design Air is a company you can count on because they've been doing it for so long. They've got the business model down, and that is taking care of their customers. That's number one. And when they're fixing the furnace, they're actually taking care of their customers. DesignAirService.com is the website. Get online, set up your appointment. If it's an emergency, they'll be right out. But sometimes you just want to schedule maintenance. Make sure the furnace is being checked out. Every once in a while, it's a good idea. A little tune-up on the furnace. So when you do that, you want to go to Design Air. Longest-running TMA supporter, advertiser. They have been supporting this show. We ask you to support them. When the HVAC is acting up, summer, winter, fall, whatever it is, go to DesignAirService.com.
Friend of the program, Robert Thomas, joining us on the other side of the break. Blues and Flames tonight. Doug, this would be a big one to get, to get all 4 points from the Flames. We'll talk it over with Robert Thomas next here on The Morning After. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Ladies and gentlemen, this program is called The Morning After, and it's on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Miss anything, podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. That's Jason Gosrow and SchaeferDoor.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program, and it is our pleasure to welcome on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, friend of the show?
No.
Robert Thomas. Good morning, Robert.
Morning, guys. How we doing?
Is it cool to call you a friend of the show?
Yeah.
That's nice for us.
How about that?
That's nice.
Doug?
We're one of the guys. It feels
exactly.
Like.
We're going to go down to the
He
room
sounds
today.
chipper today. I think he sounds chipper.
That means we got a big game in store for us this evening. Let's talk about what took place on Tuesday night. I'm curious the mindset of the room going into that one. Again, coming off a tough spot on Saturday, but with the critical nature of this series, playing the Flames back-to-back. Is there some conversations? How do you guys handle something that is a bit of like a playoff series, even though we're in the middle of January?
Yeah. No. It's obviously really big games. In the locker room, we feel like this is a time where you can really pull yourself back into that race, or you can kind of distance yourself and be in a really tough spot. So that's the way we looked at these two games. Last game we had them on a back-to-back, and it was a tough game. They came in and played a really hard-fought road game, and we played a hard-fought game. We didn't allow much. We didn't get much, but we found a way to win a close game. So we're really excited for tonight. We know it's going to be a lot harder, and it's a great challenge and a great test for our team.
It feels like it might not be an overstatement to say tonight's game is the most important game of the season so far. Would you go that far?
Probably, yeah. A team that we're directly above us in the standings. A chance to really make a statement, and that's the way we're looking at it. We're really excited. I think you could tell in the desperation and the way we played last game, just not giving up much. I know we didn't get as many chances, and kind of the offense wasn't as good, but that's what happens when you're playing desperate hockey.
Do you like the back-to-back with the same opponent? Does it give it a little bit of that playoff feel?
Yeah, usually probably not in the regular season, but I think where we're at in the season and who we're playing against, I think it's a great mindset for our team, and to see where we're at, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Why usually probably not? I'm curious.
Just in the regular season, you never really get the back-to-back. We have it this week, and then we have it in Vegas next week. So it's kind of just it's a different feeling in the regular season, and it's nice playing different teams. So that's probably my one critique. And I look back at the COVID year and how terrible that was, and we ended up playing Arizona 7 times in a row.
Ooh,
in
fun.
the middle of the regular season. So
it brings back some bad memories, I guess. That's what it seems like. Robert Thomas, kind enough to join us here on 101 ESPN. He's with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Miss anything, you can always go back and YouTube the show, youtube.com/TMASTL. We hear a lot about the back-to-backs. Some of your teammates, and in addition to Jim Montgomery, made that observation following the game, that the Flames put up some big numbers against the Blackhawks the night before, but we knew we were going to have the advantage because they were on a back-to-back. So for those who aren't perhaps as dialed into the impact of a back-to-back for you guys, explain, outside of the obvious that you're probably going to be a little more tired, what that's like, and if the preparation's a little different when you got back-to-back games.
Yeah, especially when you're on the road or traveling. It's hard. You play a game, you don't have time really to recover after the game. Because you got to get into the next city. You're 30 minutes straight to the plane, fly out, and you're getting into your hotel at usually 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning. So that's tough to begin with, as you're not getting a good sleep. Plus travel and playing a game makes you stay up later. So usually try and sleep in as much as you can, and then just try and get moving. There's a reason games are usually 2 days apart. It takes a while to recover, and you don't really get that luxury. So you see teams get better as the back-to-back game goes on, because they start to get kind of warmed up and going in that direction. And they're tricky.
Robert, when they add Jake Neighbors to your line, how much does it change what you do? And when they do mix up lines, and you being a centerman, how difficult is it, or do you like the change?
It's not too much for me. I try and stick with my game, and you change up one or two little things, or just know where they are on the ice. It's a little different that way, but other than that, it doesn't really change up much for me.
When you play a game like this, are there guys that get nervous still, or do you play so much that you're over that and it's just a matter of executing?
I don't think nervous. I think it's a great opportunity. I think people are excited for it. Listen, it's at the end of the world if it doesn't go our way. No, but it puts us in a bad spot. But the excitement and the opportunity that we have tonight, I think, kind of overweighs everything else. You come in and get a big win tonight, and you look at the future. It's pretty nice.
When was the last time you were out there on the ice, or perhaps on the bench, before a game was about to get going, and you actually could feel like the heart maybe at a high rate? I mean, because to me it's like, and I understand people not thinking this way, but you guys do this every other night, and if you get to the playoffs, you're doing it 100 times a year. I could certainly see that being the case in 2019 in Game 7 in Boston. That would make all the sense in the world, but you've had some big games since then. Is there any time that you can think of going out there, you're like, man, this is it, and I'm feeling it before the puck drops?
In terms of nerves, not really, to be honest. I'd say maybe Game 1 Stanley Cup in 2019 or Memorial Cup in junior. But, you've played a lot of hockey. You understand the emotions and kind of, I think less nerves. I think you're more excited for the outcome and the opportunity. That's the way I look at it. You have a chance to go out and do something really cool that you'll remember for forever. And, those are the moments that you get that little extra excitement. And, there's not too much now.
Any nerves when you're calling into the station and you're going to talk to three big superstars
there
like
you
us?
Go. Bingo.
I get more nervous on which way the conversation goes. Sometimes it goes a little crazy.
Oh no!
Yeah, a lot of billet mom talk. I think we're going to stay away from it today, though. You mind taking a couple questions from the listeners? Doug would advise that.
This is exactly the thing he's nervous about.
Caller Buzz has this. It's a two-parter too, Doug. So that'll be great. In the text line 314-399-9646. Hey, Robert, Buzz here. Big fan. You look like Casey from Yellowstone. First question: you ever wear a cowboy hat? You'd be an absolute missile. Second,
for heaven's sakes.
Oh boy. How was the rookie party in Miami? What did you have the rookies do, if you can share? That's from caller Buzz, Doug.
Okay.
Talking it over with Robert Thomas.
And he's going to want to answer those.
Yeah, Buzz. That's a good one.
Clip that off.
No, I do get that Casey one a lot.
Do you? That's a compliment, man. Ladies dig that Casey.
Yeah, that's what I've been hearing, but I haven't gotten that one that far. But I got a couple nice hats like that. So
there you go, Doug.
Pull them out every once in a while. There for you, Buzz.
He's not happy with Buzz at all.
I think I know who Buzz is. And then we had a good team building time. A lot of it's more like funny stuff. Make them say jokes about older guys and stuff, and they get a lot of ammo throughout the year. So it's funny when they kind of get the floor and are able to say whatever they want. It's usually turns out to be pretty funny.
We had a texter earlier who said, "Don't piss him off." Could a radio show alter your game tonight? Is that possible?
No.
I wouldn't think it could. No.
Yeah.
That was sort of my theory. So that's for the earlier texter.
Mm-hmm. On the subject of nerves we were talking about a little while ago, everybody would tell the story about the Blues' first goalie, Glenn Hall, when the franchise first started in 1967. He was so nervous before every game he would throw up before going out on the ice. It seems like it would be exhausting, wouldn't it? That you wouldn't even enjoy it if it made you that nervous.
Yeah, I know a couple of people that used to do that. Not in the NHL, but growing up for sure. Just everyone's a little bit different. And usually goalies are really different.
Maybe Big Walt after a late night, Jesus, we're closing down OB. Jesus. Chantel, move out of the way. I got to hit the head. Jesus. That's probably close to the truth, to be honest.
Fittingly, Robert, the next question is from the Warson Woods Wacko, and it says, Robert, how often does Big Walt make you deliver Carl's Burgers to his house? Are you making food runs for number 7?
Carl's Burgers. I don't even know what Carl's Burgers is. So.
Oh, my gosh. We got to do a show trip to Carl's for Robert. I'm surprised that you're not familiar with it. Oh, you'd be delighted if you enjoyed Carl's Burgers. Doug, right there on Manchester.
Little burger place in Brentwood.
Between Brentwood and McKnight. Yeah, I think you'd enjoy it. I I really do. But that sounds like, therefore, Walt isn't making you do food runs for him.
No, not too often. No. But no, I am a pro athlete. I don't really eat burgers too often.
Yeah,
wow. I think we just got Doug. I think we just got food shamed.
Sure
is what the case. All right, so let me ask you this: there was a standard answer for years when we would ask blues players, Martin, when we were down there doing television at the same time, favorite restaurant in St. Louis, and I want to see if it's the same answer. You know which one I'm thinking it's going to be.
100%.
Okay, let's see what favorite restaurant in St. Louis, Robert.
Geez, I got 3 I usually go to.
Okay.
Do you want all 3?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. I got to go Louis on DeMunn Street.
Oh, that's a nice play, Doug. That chicken. It's just like chicken, but then all of a sudden it tastes incredible. Is that what you
guys were thinking of?
Yeah,
yes. Well, that's not the one that me and Martin are thinking
of. That's a Matt McGuire vehicle.
That is a Matt McGuire vehicle, along with Wright's Tavern.
Yeah, that was my number 2.
Okay.
He does such a good job.
Yeah, man. He's a great guy.
And then Chaser's new spot, Carbon. It's amazing.
Oh, yeah. That is Chaser's spot. The one that we were thinking, right? Paul Manos.
Yes.
Paul Manos.
That's usually where I go with Big Walt.
Yeah, I can see it.
That's his spot.
Throw it up on the Cavs.
Great restaurant as well.
Oh, yeah, outstanding. And Paul's a great guy. Yeah, those are some good choices, man. Nice selections there, Doug.
One year, Big Walt did lose a little weight, and I said, what did you do? He said, Jesus, Chantel cut back on the Bud Selects. And I said, that's it? That's all it took? He said, yeah.
That was it. That was enough to cut it down substantially. Robert, always enjoy the conversation. Best of luck this evening. And we'll look forward to talking again next week. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Thank you. That is Robert Thomas with us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines with his weekly visit. Doug, we wound up getting a Mount Rushmore, and I would tell you, I think that's a nice Mount Rushmore that he got.
Waffle fries.
And, waffle fries, of course, delicious.
Well, if you're going to check out one of Robert Thomas's favorite restaurants, maybe you ought to do it in a car from Mung & S St. Louis Acura.
Sick weave.
Or Mung & S Burkhardt Alton Toyota. Fantastic vehicles at both locations. You can check them out. You can go there and browse around if you want. It's easier to go online and do it. Got a fantastic selection of new and used cars at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. And also, if you ever need your car serviced, and who doesn't, sooner or later you're going to need it, this is the place to go, and you're going to say, hey, I got a car guy now. I don't need to go anywhere else. This is where I'm going. I'm going to Mung & S St. Louis Acura or Mung & S Burkhardt Alton Toyota. They will take fantastic care of you. I've been taking my cars there now for 5 or 6 years, and if I can have a car problem, this is just where I'm going to go. I don't want car problems. No one does. It can be a hassle. But a lot of the hassle is taken out when you go someplace you trust. And that's what you can do at Mung & S St. Louis Acura or Mung & S Burkhardt Alton Toyota. They've also given us a special phone number that gets you straight to the muckety-muck so they can give you that little extra attention. Here's the number. I'll give it now. 314-252-0029. You didn't write it down. You didn't. Here it is again. 314-252-0029. They want the listeners to have special access to the Muckety Mucks, Jamie Burkhardt, Peter Mungenesk, Ryan Seiberg. And you call that number, and they will make sure that you get extra special care. Everybody gets it, really. But this will make you feel better to know that they've got your back, and they want to make you very happy, as everybody is who goes to either place. The website's, again, stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com.
Doug, in the YouTube chat, where 258 friends have gathered to watch us and talk about the program, they're wondering if Robert Thomas actually really knows caller buzz. Now, Martin, our understanding on Caller Buzz, who won the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month, was that June 2023?
I don't know the months of the year.
He is a delivery driver in Wentzville, so it wouldn't seem like they'd necessarily cross paths But Robert Thomas apparently knows Caller Buzz.
Really?
He said he thinks he does.
Right.
What was next time I see him? I'm going to ask, why do you think you know Buzz?
Yeah.
Because he asked the Casey. No, he made the Casey reference, called him a missile. I wondered what was the tell for Robert that he said, "Oh, that's so and so."
Right. Maybe Buzz DMs.
Should I text Robert now and say, "Who do you think Buzz is?"
Yeah. And he'll write back,
kinda feel
delivery driver for Uber Eats in Wentzville, right?
Yeah, he dropped off tacos to me 2 days ago.
Oh, did he really?
And Robert lives in Wentzville, I believe.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, okay.
Wentzville or Crystal City. It's one of the two.
No, they're not really close to each other.
I know, but that's why I can't remember which one.
I was going to get him some Carl's Burgers sent over, but I feel like he's not going to eat them.
I have a feeling that at this point in 2025, the professional athlete is not necessarily having a feast.
I don't know. DK Metcalf always talks about his diet, and it's eat nothing all day, have 2 bags of candy around dinner time, and then eat a big meal before bed.
An entire
He eats 2 giant bags. He was talking with this, I think, with Kevin Garnett, talking about how he eats 2 giant bags of candy as that's like his fuel for the day, and then has a big dinner, which I assume is like a very protein heavy, like well maintained dinner, but candy. Yeah,
that can't be.
Ocho Cinco talked about eating McDonald's for lunch and dinner every single day when he was a player.
Well, it's still not good for you.
I don't think I've no doubt, but I think some guys can just get away with it.
At that age, yeah, some guys can do it.
Ocho still does it.
Because some of those athletes are at such a higher level than the normal person physically that they can just
not us,
make it
of course.
No. I meant the other people, the little people.
Right.
You taking a shot?
Well, I meant people not from the Central Corridor.
Oh, I see. Recovering alcoholic tried to get a 2-parter in, Doug, but just missed the deadline. Hey, Robert, 2-parter. As you know, my wife is the TMA billet mom. Second, you pay for nothing at Olive and Oak. Next time you're up, that'd be a nice play for the Mount Rushmore. Just make sure you ask Tim what to order. Tim knows everything, and he sleeps with my wife. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. Doug, I recommend the charred octopus. You say you will not eat octopus.
No, I have to draw the line there.
Oh, it's so rewarding, though. It's so rewarding.
They just deliver a tentacle?
No, it's...
Or you get that head, the bulbous head.
No, you don't get that sliced and diced. But my tongue's touched a tentacle before.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, not a dolphin.
Porpoise, too?
Not a dolphin.
Did you guys eat that steak and cheese yesterday?
I crushed it.
What?
I crushed it.
Don't you like when somebody says they crushed something with 1,000 calories at 10 in the morning?
You ate it just like everybody else.
No. It was biblical how I was doing it.
Really?
Ladies and gentlemen, get involved with the program. YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. Call in 314-974-0101 and text in Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Buffalo Sabres become the first team to score a goal without registering a shot in the 20-minute period during their 4-2 win against the Carolina Hurricanes. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Go slow it down. You like this, Doug?
Sounds like Barry White's about to start singing.
Think so. Jackson, what are we doing?
He's no longer with us. I know.
Still tipping.
Too modern for Barry White, I think.
I agree. I agree. A little too much percussion.
Does it ever go anywhere? Or is this it, the whole song?
Well, there's usually lyrics on top of it, but they're what some would call vile. And so I just stick with the instrumental. Plus,
Tipper Gore would say that?
Yeah.
Plus, this instrumental is just outstanding.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to talk with Jackson Burkett, you're going to have to do it today because he's vacationing in the Hamptons this weekend, his parents' place. And you're going up there and you're flying into Teterboro out of Spirit after today's show?
That's right. Yep. Right to Teterboro. And then, I'll be Oceanside by this evening to watch the Blues game.
Do you fly the jet yourself, or do you have some soy boy do that for you?
I have a team of very qualified pilots that I take care of. You know, they're fully staffed to me. You know, so they don't. Those birds don't fly unless my ass is in the leather. And so, shout out to,
so nobody else can ever use the plane?
No. Well, unless I grant it. And really do. If you guys want to go up to the Hamptons, though, just let me know.
I could go with you?
Let me know.
Nice.
Well, with me that's a vague word, but you go on your own. Bring your own family.
We can't go with you.
No, I'll be in Chicago this weekend.
Going to Chicago and then God's country, Wisconsin, Tim.
Wow.
Going to a Marquette basketball game.
Wow.
That's the plan. So every year, me and my brother, and now a couple of his buddies too, do an annual trip to an NBA city so that we can watch some hoop rock. It's usually right around MLK weekend because my brother, an educator, has that Monday off. And this year is Chicago. So we're going to see a Bulls game on Friday and then, heading up to Milwaukee to watch Marquette and Xavier on Saturday.
It seems like every time you go on vacation, it's with a lot of other boys.
Put that off.
Almost exclusively. Like if you see that I'm out of town, like off the show, it's probably because I'm hanging with the bros.
Your buddy Sweet Kai is in the YouTube chat, and he says pilot seats are almost never bare leather, usually covered with a fuzzy material. Come on, Berkey! That's from your buddy Sweet Kai, who has a close relationship with the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Grove.
First of all, I didn't know he was some
aeronautic expert.
Is that the word?
Aeronautical?
Yeah, I feel like that's
aviation?
Space travel. Aviation, there we go. Some sort of aviation. But I'm not sitting in the pilot seat. I'm sitting in the Corinthian leather seats in the back, in the cabin, is what I call it. Cabin A.
But you're actually taking the train, which I would like to do at some point, to Chicago.
Yeah, train's fun, man. I wish rail travel in this country was more popular.
It is on the East Coast.
More so, but like when you go to Europe, like people in Europe it's like a hotel. Like you can take an overnight train to a place and wake up in Berlin.
You think Europe's better than the United States?
And rail travel for sure. And then
I take offense to that.
It seems like a lot of cobblestone over there, so I think we got them beat in terms
You ever
of
been to the
roads.
landing?
Yeah, that's why I say that we're better roads wise, because less cobblestone, tough to drive, and honestly, pain in the ass to walk on.
Is Larry Nickel ever ranked as top rail countries?
Yeah, that'd be good to get that.
Switzerland would have to be up there.
Switzerland, although the Western Europe, man, you can just get anywhere. So I wish we had more of that. I don't necessarily want to drive a car all day.
I don't think it's terribly expensive either in Europe.
No,
I think it's pretty
not.
affordable.
I know. That's
probably why so many people do it.
That's such a mistake I made not going to Europe in college.
Back on this European envy.
Okay, well, you can go now.
This is America, Jack.
Go now. Well, we could go for 5 days. Use all my PTO in one trip. No dice.
I know Jackson's now complaining.
No.
Hear that?
I have a very standard and appreciative, but I'm not going to
walk it back.
Well, do people think I have 3 months vacation? In college, you had the opportunity to spend a whole semester in Europe, and I didn't do it. And that's stupid of me because I wanted to hang out in Colombia, which I love.
That's not in Europe, by the way.
correct.
How long
Columbia,
is the
Oh.
train ride to Chicago?
I thought you were talking south of there.
5 hours?
I'm going to go 5 hours. I think that's the right play.
But I bet you it's going to go over. I'm gonna say it's
Sure.
over.
It probably will, but it beats driving.
Of course, Virgin thinks rail travel's great. It's the poor people's method of travel. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko coming after Jackson.
I don't know. It seems like, you kind of hang out. There's observation cars and snack cars.
It's a lot more relaxing than flying.
Yeah.
I mean, it's easier when you just bring your luggage right on and set it in the back of the car.
Yeah, it's great. I'm into it.
Now, Arbor Day, who has won the Milagro Tequila Texture of the Year back-to-back years, and like the Chiefs, pursuing a three-peat here in 2025, Doug, just sent in a screenshot of the front page of today's St. Louis Post-Dispatch and says, "How is Europe better than this?" with a question mark. And the three headlines are, with streets like ice rinks, St. Louis shifts tactics on snow. Under that, president of St. Louis School Board defends credit card spending. And then next to that, city accuses St. Louis personnel director of spying on husband. So, yeah, Jackson, how do you explain your stance when you have things like this going on right here in our own backyard?
What a hot mess.
Home is where the heart is. You have to be proud of the accomplishments and willing to work on the problems. So I'm not going to run from it. No, not at all.
You're going to run for office.
I don't think I'd play well.
Don't think so?
No, I don't. I would never want to get greasy, and I feel like you have to kind of get a little greasy.
Greasy.
Just like maybe maybe not that greasy, but I don't know.
You're saying your ethical boundaries might be stretched.
Plus, no one wants to listen, and
well, that's that.
Yeah, just in general,
no one wants to listen, especially to me. What am I? I'm a snot-nosed kid.
Oh gosh,
they started.
You're
salting.
27 years old in a month and a half.
Yeah. But
you're all grown up, and you're all grown up.
But I have this boyish look, kind of a gravelly voice that's bordering on also childish. It's just not good.
What would you run for? County executive?
Yeah, county executive, Jackson Burkett.
What does a comptroller do?
Manage the money, I think.
I'm out
I
on
guess
that
if you
then.
live in the city now, you could run for mayor of St. Louis.
Am I old enough?
I don't know. Probably.
I'm out. I can't campaign.
Jackson is just withdrawn.
I can't roll up my dress shirt sleeves like that. Glad hand. I'm not into all that.
Who's the least electable of us? I feel like it's me, but I'm going to make sure that I'm right
But
on
you also
that.
have a lot of lemmings that would move the needle.
Yeah.
Then they dig into your past a little bit.
Oh, yeah, and it's out there. I mean, just orgy after orgy after orgy.
Doug's the
But maybe
most,
people
Doug's the
celebrate
most
that.
electable.
Why would
I
you
think
say
so,
that?
too. I think so. I really do.
In Democratic-controlled St. Louis?
Well,
I have zero chance.
Yeah, we were saying more in general.
Zero
Saying more in
chance.
general. We weren't, of course, thinking political party. We were just in general.
Yeah, I think Doug.
Yeah.
Doug, folksy.
Folksy. Doug, there it is.
Man of the
don't know about
people.
that.
Folksy.
I don't know.
Quick-witted. Yeah, I think Doug is the answer.
I don't think so.
Don't sell yourself short, Jackie. You're still the pristine commie Libby we all know and love. That's from Pout Pouts Lanai.
I guess take what you can get.
Does this bored-up twink just operate his life based on motivational posters he reads in his dentist's office? That's from Wedding Tackle.
Yeah, don't belittle my job by just saying, this board op. You know what? I do a lot. And I'll do a lot for this city.
Oh, he's back. He's back, Martin. Ladies and gentlemen, Bernie Federko is going to be back with us coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. Then we have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day in the 10 o'clock hour, the morning after at InsideSTL.com, giving away passes to the winter warm-up as the prize for winning the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Want to try to beat the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom? Good luck. She's winning this month. Want to try to beat Buck Swope? Good luck. He wins quite often. But you can try your hand and maybe take your family to the winter warm-up this weekend by winning the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. And then next weekend, join the Fast Lane and the Rizzuto Show for Champ Bash at Hot Shots Fenton next Sunday, January 26th. Hang with members of both shows and watch the AFC and NFC championship games. Plus, enjoy bucket specials, delicious food, tons of TVs to watch the games, giveaways throughout the day, and the Pick'em Challenge punishment live on site. Champ Bash kicks off with a live 2-hour pregame show at 11 a.m., and the fun continues until the NFC and AFC champs are crowned. Don't miss this year's championship bash with 101 ESPN and the Rizzuto Show at Hot Shots Fenton next Sunday, January 26th. Get all the details now at 101ESPN.com. If you are interested in your TMA merchandise, and we are expanding Doug, we're expanding.
We are.
Like what I'm wearing right here. You can get this thing in blue, navy blue, and the red that I am wearing. TMA STLshop.com. Hats, quarter zips, T-shirts, hoodies. It's all there for you. TMA STLshop.com. Doug, why don't you tell us where I can get a wonderful kitchen remodel?
Well, there's only one place that should come to mind, and that would be Collier & Thompson. It's just a great investment in your home to make it look its absolute best, and that's what you can get at Collier & Thompson. They do kitchens and bathrooms and basements and wine rooms and man caves and bars and accent rooms, fireplace walls, offices, you name it. They will knock out the wall on the first floor to open it up. They can do anything to your house to make it look like an absolute showplace, and they've been doing that for a long, long time. Since the 1950s have been around. It's just a fantastic place. It's hard to know who you can trust in your home and who will be there to back up their work. Collier & Thompson stands behind every job they do. During the process, they are always available to work with you. If you need to make any changes, they're happy with that. They just want to make you happy. The Collier & Thompson team really cares about the work they produce, not just a job for them. They take pride in the work that they do. Collier & Thompson's core values are summed up by doing the right thing. It may cost them a little extra time, a few extra dollars, but it's what sets them apart from the competition. They want to do it right, and they want to make sure that you are absolutely satisfied. Even after they do a job, if you got a problem, they'll come back out and make it right. All their carpenters and subcontractors take care of a customer's home the same as if it was their very own house. Collier & Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. You ought to go to their website, check out some of the before and after pictures. It's just really amazing, some of the work that they do. And they like to say they're not the cheapest in town, nor are they the most expensive in town. They're right there in that sweet spot where you know you are going to get quality work done by people who have done this for many, many years, and they do it right. Collier & Thompson, come home to quality, online at collierandthompson.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's TMA 101 ESPN.
Something new in 2025 from our friends at Together Credit Union. They just launched a brand new high-yield checking account. It's called Empower Checking. And with Empower Checking, you earn above-market interest on the money that you keep in your day-to-day checking account. It's paid to you each month. It's a checking account that rewards you for balances, not activity. It's Empower right now, a chance to empower your account with Empower Checking with Together Credit Union. TogetherCU.org is the website, or just stop by. There are 14 local St. Louis branches. Work directly with one of their amazing member advocates. Find out more about Empower Checking and how you can earn more money on your checking account. Get paid to save with Empower Checking. Just go to visit togethercu.org/Empower for full terms and details. Membership eligibility required. Together Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA. Something new in 2025 from our friends at Together Credit Union. Find out more about Empower Checking.
Lover man, where can you be? That's rhetorical. Ladies and gentlemen, it's TMA 101 ESPN. The program's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you on the program. We always love when friends drop by and call in via the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. And that's what Chester McNaughton has elected to do here on 101 ESPN. Good morning, Chester.
Good morning. I hope you guys are having a good day. I wanted to let you know that Facebook apparently listened to our conversation the other day about how I'm from Boston, and has pepper sprayed me with how I'm going to get kicked out of the YouTube chat. But apparently Jason Tatum is a part of a group that wants to bring the WNBA to St. Louis.
Yeah, I've heard that.
And on top of it, Seattle is pretty much a lock for the next expansion, as is Vegas. But the next two cities that they're looking at are Nashville and St. Louis. And if the attendance for the WNBA was good, they would bring one in, and then Jackson would not have to leave and go all over the place to watch his beloved NBA.
See, you really believe that it would all hinge on the WNBA attendance?
That's why Seattle's a lock, because they supported the Storm over the past decade. They've actually had the best attendance in the league.
Jackson is disagreeing with you here, Chester McNaughton. Prepare to be schooled.
Well, I think that might be part of it, but I think it's more of like righting the wrong of what happened when the Sonics moved to Oklahoma City. I think that's part of it, and it's a really big market who supports basketball.
Correct, but it helped with the WNBA. But yeah, and as far as you guys getting elected, Doug is the most electable. Tim wouldn't make the vetting process, and Jackson would lose in the general election, and the person with the most qualifications that would get the best job done would be Chairman Kurt, but of course he doesn't want the job.
No, Chairman Kurt, are you interested in running for office?
The only political office that I'm interested in is moving back to Arnold and running for mayor of Arnold.
Oh my gosh,
Really?
How about that?
Why does that appeal to you?
You want to paint that water tower?
Yeah, I'm on the water tower crusade.
Well, okay. I suppose that's something you could get done if you had enough paint.
Do you think that you could actually turn that town around?
Arnold?
Does it need to be turned around?
Yeah.
I think we start with the water tower and go from there. And I've studied the city council, and there's some things there that I think Jefferson Countyans would really be interested to hear about. That's a story for another time. But yeah, I'd love to make Jeff go great again.
Oh, wow. It's growing pretty good, isn't it, Arnold?
And they love it in St. Louis.
Yeah, it's kind of, if you drive down 55 South, a 141 exit over on Jeffco Boulevard, Richardson Road, it's kind of, there's been a gentrification process, and, I've got some cutting edge ideas that I think could really help turn it around.
Like what?
I'm not going to say it on the air, Doug. I could have potential opponents that would hear and kind of.
Oh, wow. This
Copy your
guy.
ideas. All right.
Strategy.
He already has a plan.
It sounds like it. He is running. Okay, we done.
What else you got, Chester?
Do you have anything else,
Chester, you're
Chet?
not being well received on the text line. That shocks you, I'm sure.
Oh, I know. I can handle it. I'm a redhead.
Okay.
Oh, that's right.
Cheeky fun is what we provide.
Absolutely. I hope you guys have a great day.
Well, all right,
Thank
Chester.
you, Doug. That's Chester McNaughton on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, encouraging Chairman Kurt to run for office. Chairman Kurt says he will, but only as mayor of Arnold.
Big plans for the Arnold
Chester
region.
left me out of the ensemble completely, which I'm fine with. I would like to hear from caller John, who's a big Chiefs guy. We've got the Chiefs and Ravens on Saturday. Joe Buck doing the game, which means he'll probably take further shrapnel. Since it's
Chiefs and Texans.
Chiefs and Texans.
Okay, I thought you said Chiefs and Ravens. No,
I'm sorry. I'm moving it ahead.
So ESPN
has the early game on Saturday. And so Joe will be at Arrowhead. But caller John is the big Chiefs guy. Would call and talk about the backup left tackle, I believe.
I'm pulling for the Chiefs, but not for the reason that many in St. Louis are pulling for the Chiefs, as they love the Chiefs or have adopted the Chiefs. I would like to see the Chiefs go up against, I guess, either one, really, the Ravens or the Bills. I don't feel like I can kind of go wrong. I was listening to Scott Van Pelt's podcast with Stanford Steve, a major recommendation for that podcast, by the way. I've turned that great James Carlton onto it. And he was saying, I'm so looking forward to the Ravens and Bills, but I'm so dreading what comes inevitably afterward from the media. He goes, because it's already pre-written and it's lazy and it's the worst of what we do in our industry. And he, you know what? As I was listening, I'm going, he's exactly right, because if Lamar Jackson and the Ravens lose, he's a choker. Even though he's won the MVP, he can't win in the playoffs. And then if the Bills lose, Josh Allen had the Chiefs at home last year, couldn't get it done. He can't get it done in the playoffs either. Even though you have a bunch of other players who impact the outcome, it's going to come down to that. Similarly to a week ago tonight, James Franklin can't win big games when Drew Aller makes a terrible decision that James Franklin has nothing to do with. Mm-hmm. It is lazy, and it is boring.
And it is coming.
And it is coming.
The Bills lose. Well, should Sean McDermott be out in Buffalo? He just can't get them over the hump. And they're a great team. They got a great quarterback. Either team can win that game easily. I would not put money on that game. I have no clue.
Would not touch it. Anybody have a strong feeling on that one?
No.
I think the Ravens have moved to the favorite, actually. The number's been moving around this week. Anybody have a strong feeling on Bills or Ravens? I'm looking forward to watching it, but I wouldn't bet it.
It's kind of lean towards Buffalo being at home, but boy, I don't know.
No matter what happens,
Jackson and Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
No matter what happens, hot takes will sprout.
You better believe they will.
Mm-hmm. I think Henry maybe is the difference. Maybe.
I like the Ravens.
Yeah, I kind of do.
You going to throw something on it, eh? Huh?
Yeah, you know what?
Really?
I probably will.
Look at you.
Yeah.
What, from the train in Chicago, huh? Because you're going to be in a state where legalized gambling?
Yeah, well, legalized gambling. And,
now, why are we talking like that?
I don't know.
Was that Maniscalco?
I just like to feel like I fit in.
Will you be back, or will you be on the train watching?
That's a Sunday
night, 5:30.
I'll be back, but I can place the action.
Okay.
Train
Action.
side.
I guess you can get Wi-Fi on a train.
I would hope.
You should post some videos. I think people would watch of you on a train.
Doing what?
Like just hanging with the guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like flirting with guys on Instagram Live. I'd watch that.
Ordering a boat drink on an Amtrak.
Having a daiquiri on an Amtrak.
Yeah.
Hey, what can I get you, pal? We got Bud and Bud Light. What do you want? Do you have a daiquiri?
I really do like a pina colada.
Well, see if they have that on Amtrak.
Tiny PP is in the YouTube chat, Doug. He is a legend. He runs the YouTube chat. Buck Swope runs everything, though. Okay. And Tiny PP says, the Buffalo fans adopted me, and we're actually pretty cool people. So I'm in on the Bills train. So I guess he's part of the Bills community. Tiny PP is. I didn't know that.
I really like Josh Allen.
I'd like to see the Bills finally win.
I mean, what about the Bills and the Lions going heads up?
Yeah.
Two woe-begone fan bases, Doug. Somebody's going to win, and yes, somebody's going to lose. Why? It's like the 2016 World Series.
Now, I think you went into Vin Scully there for a little
I didn't hear it.
moment or two.
I didn't hear it at all.
A little bit of that.
I think the only way that we don't have a pretty sick matchup
Shot at the Texans coming.
is if the Texans. But that, you have to think back to a year ago. The Texans were kind of like the darling. C.J. Stroud was a rookie, and everyone was like, "Man, this guy's unbelievable." Now Jaden Daniels is the rookie du jour, and I think that's the only bad way you get a bad matchup.
If you were to want to wager on a, Doug, can we call it a future? Do you mind that?
No, it's okay.
If you think the Commanders and Texans are going to meet in the Super Bowl, you want to put $100 on that. If it were to happen, you'd receive $10,000.
That'd be nice.
That's giving you an idea of the view of the possibility of the Texans and Commanders navigating through I would tell you that I think the Commanders have the better chance than the Texans. Texans got to go through Arrowhead and or Buffalo and or Baltimore. Commanders would have to go through Detroit and Philadelphia, don't get me wrong, or L.A., but going through L.A. would basically be like going through Houston West.
Texans plus 8.5 in Kansas City.
I have to tell you, if I were to fire one, it would be that, but I know I want the Chiefs to win.
Right.
Again, because I just want there to be the dynasty presence, and I'd rather see Mahomes against Allen or Jackson than... And Stroud's a great player. I feel like they are kind of, just because they've historically, Martin, as we always talk about the Saturday afternoon first playoff game, that they're looked at as being blah, but C.J. Stroud's legit.
Yeah. Yeah, when he's on, and he's had a little bit of a sophomore slump, but the defense is so solid. I literally just looked at that number. I was hoping it would be double digits, like 10 or 10.5, and then I would have placed a heavy wager, but 8.5 is interesting.
What's a heavy wager to a guy from Ladue?
3% of the trust fund. 3%.
Wow.
3% of the trust.
And
blind trust too, Doug.
The trust fund is what, $50 million or so?
I'm not going to get into particulars, but I would say that it fluctuates You know?
Oh, based on the market?
Well, it's tied up.
You had a great morning yesterday, didn't you? You started moving some money around during a break, I saw.
Yeah, I went to the payphone here and made a couple calls and moved some things
We have
around.
a payphone here, Doug?
That's
somewhere, I would assume.
It's a dedicated line, right to NYSE.
Amtrak has a full bar so Libby Jack can get his boat drinks all day. That's from the Veiled Prophet. That's right. So you really can go in there and get a pina colada?
I'll test it out. It would be an early morning pina colada.
It's always weird that people are upset by your choice of drinks.
I want it to be clear though. Like we were at a Jamaican resort. That's why I was ordering boat drinks. I don't go to McGurk's and say.
You did just say on the air, and I can have Chairman Kurt play it back for you, that you love pina coladas.
I do, but I wouldn't order that at like an open bar at a wedding.
But you don't have to apologize for that. If that's what you want, that's what you should get.
I don't really love that. What's up, Kurt?
Can you take your own booze on the Amtrak?
Probably not. That's kind of a degen move, is it not?
I mean, if the rules don't say you can't,
Well,
I
like
think
shooters?
You want to be mayor of Arnold.
Like shooters?
Martin, I haven't had a drink in almost 4 years. I'm asking for Jackson.
Okay. He's California sober.
Cali sober. I generally, I don't really, no, I wouldn't do that. I don't like, what am I going to just pour it into like a soda pop?
Drink it out of the bottle in a bag.
I kind of wish I was going on the train, seeing a little Marquette basketball.
I would love to see you whipping up your own pina coladas like in a little mixer there in your seat.
Shaking it.
Guys, look at the weather this weekend in Kansas City and Buffalo. Stroud can't play in the cold, and it's supposed to snow in Buffalo. Not sure about Lamar in the snow. Weather will play a big factor this weekend. That's from the 314.
I would think the snow would benefit the Ravens with Derrick Henry in the backfield, and Lamar is obviously well equipped with his feet. I don't know. It seemed like Josh Allen. Not saying he isn't, but I would say advantage Ravens, maybe.
Chairman Kurt, you just got one of the biggest endorsements for your campaign you could ever hope to get. Ladies and gentlemen from The Athletic, a wonderful piece on Jimmy Snuggerud this morning, by the way. A friend of the program and 101 ESPN, Jeremy Rutherford, has just endorsed Chairman Kurt and said, I want Chairman as my mayor in Jefferson County.
Oh, it's funny you say that, JR, because I was going to see if you were interested in a vice mayor position.
Vice mayor, Doug.
I think the two of us could really get some stuff done.
Really?
We'll meet at Detour, kind of hash them things out. I like this.
Do you have a war chest?
Do you have a war chest?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Like money to campaign with?
Oh, no, I'm going to do a
grassroots.
Grassroots, yeah.
Grassroots campaign.
Man, this guy's a meat and potatoes candidate.
Really is.
He loves families, communities, and education.
He'll play well down there.
He's Arnold's Bernie Sanders.
As the most famous Seckman Jaguar alum, I think I got to be kind of ahead of the
Are you
game.
the most famous Seckman?
We discussed this one of the days you were out, and I honestly think I'm probably top 5.
Is that right?
I think so.
Who else they got?
He nominated himself.
The school, the first graduating class was 1999. So there's
Really?
not. Yeah, it was a new school
then
when
you
I
actually
started.
might be.
There's a D1 football player. I think it's
SEMO right now.
Oh, is that right?
But other than that, I don't think there's been a whole lot of. There's been no professional athletes. I was one of the first D1 athletes, and then, HD2.
HD2 probably put you on the map.
Yeah. So yeah, I think I'm top 5.
Boy, Seckman's Wikipedia page is light.
Can you?
Could I just call
like
that
that.
Seckman's Wikipedia
It's literally
page?
one paragraph.
Now, Fox is close, right? And they've
Yeah.
had a number of
Mike
famous
Wells.
graduates.
Do you remember that name?
Yeah, the Wallaces.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm not a Fox Warrior or Commander, but Seckman Jaguars. I'm writing. I got to be in the conversation.
Okay.
Wow.
Who's the most famous Kirkwood alum?
Nikki Glazer probably right now.
Yeah, that's a good answer. That's the play, probably.
Jeremy Macklin.
Scott Bakula.
Yeah.
Quantum Leap. Martin, what do we got on Fire Up CB? Larry Hughes, certainly live.
Oh, we're talking famous alums?
Yeah.
Mike Shannon.
Yeah, nice play.
Especially
Big
locally.
Irish.
Mike Shannon, Larry Hughes. You know who's really prominent now? He's a military spokesperson, that Mark Hertling, who's on CNN all the time. He's a CBC alum back in the military days.
his work.
Henshin, right?
Brian Henshin,
Brian
Indianapolis
Henshin,
Star, Colts.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Back in the day, Mike Peters was a famous cartoonist. Mother Goose and Grimm. Do you remember that one, Doug?
Yes.
Mother Goose and Grimm.
Did the Bomberitos, they all went there, right?
The Bomberitos, John Bomerito.
They're about as well known as anyone in St. Louis, probably.
Jackson, anybody of note graduate from Ladue? I
Jack
don't know.
Fox, Lions punter, my
Punter.
boy.
There you
Andy
go.
Russell, Pittsburgh Steeler linebacker.
In
for
Hoke,
years.
Signal Wickes.
Yeah, probably a lot of people who you don't know necessarily, but are notable.
Wow, Doug, once again, this is so cryptic, elite. hot. I'm hard.
Movers and shakers.
J. Randolph Jr.
The legend.
How about that?
J. Randolph Jr., yeah, legend.
Did he go to Ladue?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He actually went to the same elementary school that I went to. Shout out to Old Bonham.
Jay Jr.?
Mm-hmm.
I thought he went to MICDS.
Nope. LLADDDUE.
Okay, stop that.
Doug, don't stop at Design Air Heating and Cooling because even though it's warm by our recent standards today, sweet mother of pearl, it's getting cold again next week. Seth Goldcamp's going to save the day for you, though, brother.
He saved the day for a lot of people. You're not going to want to stop him from coming to your house if you have any kind of problem with your furnace. Him or one of his technicians, he's got many that have been there for 20 years or more. These guys know what they're doing. I've had several of them out to my house from time to time just for routine maintenance. And once I replace the whole furnace, what am I talking about? They did the big work, too. They can handle anything involving your furnace or air conditioning. I don't think too many of us are worried about the air conditioning right now. This is a fourth-generation business. Seth Goldcamp and his family have served over 10,000 St. Louis customers since 1904. They are the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show, and for that, we are very grateful. Best known for their honesty and going above and beyond the call. They will never upsell you. A lot of times, someone starts working on their furnace, they can tell you anything. What do we know about furnaces? But that's not how they operate at Design Air. They want to make sure that you are a repeat customer, and they get that by being totally honest and above and beyond at all times. Never will upsell you. Always give you exactly what you need. That's how they train their employees, and they take that reputation very, very seriously. So if you have any kind of problems with your furnace, these are the people to call. That's the name you remember. Design Air Heating and Cooling. Their website, easy to navigate with convenience of online scheduling. So for all of your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. You say, shut up and give us a website. Here it is now, designairservice.com.
There it is. Sponsor of the email today. Email in when warm-up passes. We'll do the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today at about 10:45, 10:47, somewhere in there. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Bernie Federko is coming up here in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Go online at evergreenstl.com to work with Mark. Tim, I think ours has to be James Gunn at the moment, but of course there is a pretty long esteemed list for us white tux wearing elites. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener, and he's St. Louis U High. Is he class of 2000?
I don't know what class. Well, give us the names then if they have all these famous graduates.
James Gunn.
Usually just the guy who signs your paycheck.
Yeah. No.
Usually.
Yeah,
It's usually
James Gunn's, I mean, he's directing the new Superman movie, so not bad, I'd say.
Was he married to Jenna Fisher for a little bit?
One of the Guns was.
There's his brother Sean, who's also in the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, directed by his brother. I don't know if he was married to Sean.
Yeah, on the notable alumni page on St. Louis U High, I'm not there yet, but I think that's an oversight. I think, because I don't think they would want to distance themselves.
Oh, heavens no.
It's right up there with Kurt Flood not getting into Cooperstown. I think a lot of people, I think there's a movement, and even Coach Kornfeld has sort of circled back, trying to right a wrong, I believe.
Thank you.
What about in 10 years? Jeremiah Love might be on that CBC list playing in the NFL.
Telling you, just that run against Penn State alone is famous enough. Let's see what he can do on Monday night. Ladies and gentlemen, Bernie Federko is going to join us coming up. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
It's TMA 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMA-STL. Go on into the YouTube. You can watch the program anytime you want and chat with the listeners. 233 people in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMA-STL. It is our pleasure to welcome to the Callier and Thompson phone lines the Hall of Famer, Bernie Federko, with us here on 101 ESPN. Good morning, Bernie. How are you doing?
Good morning, Tim. I'm doing great, thanks.
It is always good to talk it over with you, especially on the morning of what Robert Thomas told us in the 8 o'clock hour is indeed the biggest game of the year to date. And the Blues made it such by winning on Tuesday night. Kind of a weird spot to have that this early in the season. Do you consider it to be a game of great significance as well?
I would say that every game, for the most part, right now is pretty significant. Yes, I think that if you don't win this one tonight, it was almost like a waste winning the game against Calgary on Tuesday night. I mean, you got to win as many as you can right now, and after getting closer to Calgary now in that wild card spot, although there's a lot of games left. But yes, I think it's a very crucial game for the Blues to win this one, to continue on this homestand to make it a real good homestand, winning 3 or 4.
Would you expect him to come back with Bennington in goal tonight?
You know, Doug, I would probably, but you know what? That's out of my.
You don't get to decide.
I don't get to decide that, but no, I would. I think that in the situation, I would expect that Calgary's going to probably go with Wolf because he's basically their number one goaltender, and I think when you've got the most important game, and this is taking nothing away from Joel Hofer, who's played very, very well, but I think that you probably go with your best, and right now your best is Bennington, and I would be surprised if he's not in between the pipes.
I agree with you, Bernie. I think it's Benner all the way, Doug. I'm going to say Benner all the way. Bernie, do players check the standings throughout the year? Is there a certain time of year when they're a little more in tune, or do they always kind of know where they sit?
You know, Martin, I think that's a little different from player to player. I think it's the same thing as watching the PGA, is that some of the guys are watching the score, the board to see where they are on the final round or wherever they are, and other guys it's almost like they don't want to look at it because it's maybe bad luck. But I think for the most part, the guys should know where they are in the standings, and if they don't know exactly where they are, I think from just scuttlebuttle in the locker room, they should probably know where they're sitting as far as where the playoff spot is and where it's not and this and that. So, yeah, I would expect that everybody does know it, but I'm sure that there's guys that really don't watch it that closely.
Bernie, at this point of the season, who would you say has been the Blues MVP?
Oh boy, you know what? I really like the way. To be honest with you, I really like the way Holloway has played. I think that since Jim Montgomery's taken over, I think he's been absolutely outstanding. I mean, I think that Shen has done as a captain. He's done what he's had to do and can do. But I think that Federko has probably been the best player of the entire team as far as consistency goes. I mean, he's been really good defensively, obviously, which he always is. But I think offensively, now with 9 goals right now, that he's really chipped in. I think that he's had a really, really good start to this year.
What about the confidence level? Every time they talk, they say this is a playoff team. They're very confident about the talent they have. How much of that can dictate? Like if you believe in the group, like if you think, oh, my God, they signed this guy, he's terrible. And I'm sure players feel that way at times. This group seems to really believe in the talent that's assembled. How big a factor is that in actually going out and playing well when you think they've given you the pieces?
Well, you have to believe that. I mean, if you don't believe that, I think then you're in trouble. I think that even if they tell you that, oh, you're a good team, well, if you know that they are just saying that and not believing it, then yeah, I think that you can figure it out pretty quickly. But I think this group really now has really started to believe in themselves and believe in each other. I think that they have played with a lot more intensity, a lot more excitement. I think they're having a lot more fun out there, and I think just going to practice and watching, I think this team really is really having a lot of fun right now. And I think when you're having fun, you're obviously doing the right things. You're starting to believe that you can win and you will win. So I think that right now they're in a spot right now, and that can change obviously by losing 2 or 3 important games, but right now I think that they are believing in themselves and each other, and I think that these next few games are really going to tell a big story.
Bernard, I don't want to put you on the spot, but Robert Thomas gave his top 3 restaurants that he likes to frequent. Now, you've been in this town longer than Robert Thomas. You probably have many friends in the business. You probably don't want to offend anyone, but can you throw out a couple, like Federko spots, if you were taking the Bernadette out for dinner?
The Bernadette.
You know what? There's so many good restaurants here in town, and we don't venture out that far from where we live here in Chesterfield. But Paul Mano's is still
there. It is.
I knew it was gonna.
That I would, if there's a one night that you want to have a great dinner, I think that probably would be the restaurant of choice.
That's why I brought it up, Tim, because I didn't want to talk him into it. I wanted to see if we could get a Paul Mano's out of him.
Why don't you venture out? You've been here since the 80s. Do you not know your way around town, or what's the problem?
Dad, we're old. Old, and you know what? We have to go. We go to the early dinners. We got to get there early and get home early so that we can go to bed. So beds are too far.
Bernie, do you ever go to that Clancy's over there in Kerrs Mill?
Yes, go to Clancy's a lot.
Yep.
I love their 12-ounce burger is as good as it gets. It's fantastic. We love to go to Mulligan's just down the street too.
I hear the wings at Mulligan's are the bee's knees.
Best chicken wings in town by far.
Wow.
So
really?
Yeah.
Tim, I'll take Tim to lunch. We'll go to Clancy's one day. I have a business meeting. Okay. We can write it off.
Of course.
But we went one time to eat at 4 o'clock, and my wife said, "What are we doing?" I was off work on like a Wednesday, and they had a chicken or a rib deal going. I said, "Oh, we got to go early and beat the crowd." And she said, "What are you, 80?" And I said, and we're walking in, and I see Frank Baumreda, who was 80. And he goes, "Oh, Martin, isn't it great to get in early and beat the crowd?" I realized at that point
it's a wonderful thing.
Oh,
good recommendations.
We were at Pepe's last night in Kirkwood.
Oh, that's a great one.
It was great last night. Yes, we had a great dinner there last night as well.
Yeah,
that was one of Chief's hangouts.
Oh, is that right?
He really liked Pepe's.
Yeah, right there on Geyer. Good call. Doug, we're getting some good restaurant recommendations here from the boys. Blues and Flames tonight. Pregame here on 101 ESPN is at 6 p.m. Puck drop 7 p.m. Robert Thomas calling it the biggest game of the year to date for the Blues. Bernie Federko with us every Thursday on TMA. Bernie, always enjoy the conversation. Thank you for your time.
Fellas, always a pleasure. You guys have a great day.
You too.
Well,
that's
right,
the great Bernie Federko with us on 101 ESPN. You're welcome to get involved on the program by texting in the Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. And anytime you miss anything, you can use the TMA STL app or 101 ESPN app. There are 2 different apps to go back and podcast. They are brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers here on TMA and 101 ESPN. This is breaking news that I have to say is kind of intriguing. I love golf, but I kind of keep it out of the program. For the most part, this isn't like, hey, a guy hit a great wedge shot, but it's sports business news. Martin, that involves your network affiliate. Live Golf has reached a multi-year broadcast agreement with Fox Sports, which will show each of the 3 rounds of the events live in the U.S. on one of its network's channels and streaming apps starting this season. Live Golf announced Thursday that more than half of its 14 tournaments would air live on Fox or FS1, while select rounds will be broadcast on FS2, Fox Business Network, or the Fox Sports app. Every round will be streamed on the Fox Sports app and Live Golf Plus, the circuit said. Financial terms of the deal not disclosed, and it was not clear whether Fox Sports would pay a rights fee to the Saudi Arabian finance tour. I still don't know if that's going to lead to people watching it, but it's significant from more of a geopolitical conversation, which is where everything was when Live emerged. Not necessarily because the players were talking about that, but the PGA Tour's defense mechanism was to focus on the Saudi money funding it, and therefore the players who chose to go and play were considered initially as traitors, whereas now they don't get much brushback. Secondarily, one of the problems for any broadcast network that would take Live Golf on is they at the time would have also been accused of being traitors to the U.S. and taking Saudi money. And I don't necessarily think that as this announcement makes its way around the news cycle today, because it just came out this morning, I don't think Fox is going to catch the hell that they would have 3 years ago. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think people are over that initial shock of so many golfers going to play for a Saudi Arabia-based golf organization. I think people are over that. They've moved on to the next controversy. I don't think it matters much to very many people at all anymore.
There's so many big names that it's probably worth it to Fox to roll it out there. They're never they were in the golf game a little bit. They had the U.S. Open for a handful of years, but they've never been big on golf. So this is their chance to kind of jump into that. Fox is all about sports. They've got Indy this year. All the Indy races are on Fox. They're, of course, in football, baseball, NASCAR half the year. So it just kind of it fits with their resume as a network. They just keep adding sports properties. But I think, most people now are like, oh, what is it? Oh, yeah, was that the? I mean, I do think people generally sort of move on. And if you say, who's in the final round tomorrow? And if you mention a couple of big names, people might tune in.
Did you have a lot to do with this new deal? I know you work at
clearly.
Fox.
It was on CW, and Rich Gould said, you can have it, pal. And that was...
So you took it.
That was the end of it. Rich just handed it over from the CW.
I don't know if it's a coincidence, but the day before, Greg Norman was out as CEO of Live Golf, and a new CEO is taking over, Scott O'Neill. He took over for Greg Norman as CEO. Norman, a polarizing figure with his... What do you think, Jackson? What do you think of this?
It definitely, I agree with... I don't know if it's going to get more people to watch. I mean, I think just based on...
Access.
Right. It will, but I don't think people are going to be like, oh, I've been missing out on this. I still, for the life of me, and I know this is getting too deep into the weeds, but like the whole team format of Live is just so off-putting to me. It's so lame.
Off-putting.
It's very lame to me. Like, I don't care about the team. Just
like they're trying too hard to be different.
Just show me the guys. I was under the impression that this is, that's, I want that on my grave.
Show me the guys.
Show me the guys.
Show me the guys.
Show me potato salad. I simply just don't care that much about, like, I just thought that they were going to merge. I thought we were coming up on a merger where something would get done where all these guys would be playing on the same tour or could go other tours, Live guys could play in some PGA tournaments. This whole two separate tours thing is just kind of, it's just lame.
Whatever happened to that? Remember that was...
It was supposed to be at the end of the year last year, I felt like the end of 2023 was when they were supposed to be.
That is correct. So you are now about 4 months away from the second anniversary of the Yasser Al-Rumayyan, Jay Monahan's sudden interview on CNBC announcing the merger, and it still has not happened. Since then, Fox has done their TV deal this morning, and Liv has pursued and acquired John Rahm. So I'm not quite sure how close this is now that they have set up a television deal for the 2025 season with Fox Sports.
What happens first, the merger, Liv with PGA, or the city of St. Louis allocating NFL money?
Wow, I got to tell you, that puts the man to the test. That really puts the man to the test. I think I'm going to go with the merger with Liv and PGA because I think that they are working on that. I do think that they're actually working on it. I think this song and dance to get this operation to get something done,
It'll meet constant opposition from somebody.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. And Liv is run by professional executives.
Sure.
They'll get it done.
But I'm sure for the PGA Tour, it's probably weird because like you're negotiating or talking about a merger with endless money. Like there's just bottomless pockets. That's what PIF has. They have bottomless pockets. So it's probably tough.
Libby Jack now hating on Live Golf even harder because he hates the Fox network. You don't care about team sports? I guess you hate the NBA too. That comes from Mr. Licks.
Boy,
So
you had
dumb.
that coming.
Just so
you
dumb.
had that coming.
So dumb. Everything about that text was so dumb. Absolutely devoid of intelligence.
What's the reasoning though?
Fox News has nothing to do with me watching a football game or golf on Fox Channel 2.
Thank you.
It's two different things. You can have different divisions. Once you know that all the money flows everywhere, it changes things. And so I don't care about that. And I don't hate on Liv. I don't hate on any of the guys going there. I actually think it's interesting. Like this is the first instance where Saudi money is coming into American sports, and I don't think that's a trend that's going to stop with golf. Like, I think a lot of people are out there like, what happens when one of these guys with PIF likes an SEC football team and wants to do some donating, with the crazy world of NIL right now. So I think it's actually a very interesting story to track. Licks.
Wow. Maybe you ought to just ship some of those Cotton Bowl champion T-shirts over to Saudi Arabia and just see if it catches on, huh? What do you think?
Yeah, I think the Tigers could be a team like that.
Yeah. John Scores says, well, Licks is dumb. That's John Scores in the YouTube chat, and he won the November 2024 Milagro Tequila.
I don't know the months or the years, Tim.
Listener of the Month. You can sign up to be the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month for January 2025 by going to TMASTL.com. Milagro Tequila, sponsor of the Listener of the Month here on The Morning After. Munganast is a longtime sponsor of this program, and I am a longtime customer of Munganast and recommend Munganast St. Louis Acura and Munganast Burkhardt Alton Toyota to our audience. Online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. Even if you didn't get your car from Munganast, get it serviced at Munganast, 314-252-0029. Or you can go online at stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com to go shopping for new or pre-owned vehicles. It's Munganast St. Louis Acura, Munganast Burkhardt Alton Toyota. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you here on the program. And coming up, Spittin' Chicklets with an exchange on their podcast that then lends itself to a bigger picture conversation regarding teammates getting along and how important it is to a team's success. I am intrigued to hear what Jackson has pulled, as I guess you're a longtime Spittin' Chicklets listener. I didn't know that because I didn't even know you knew much about ice hockey.
The sport itself, no. I've always said, though, I'm really into everything hockey outside of the gameplay.
What in the world?
Like, I think all the guys are cool. Show me the guys. The culture I really like. There's a bunch of movies and TV shows with hockey
how about the game?
I like. The game, just not for me.
Why not?
Yes. I've talked about this with Tim. I wish they would show the game from like the top, like from end to end. I call it the video game camera angle.
Like the end zone camera?
Like what the all-22 film would look like in a football game. Like, so you essentially like are at the baseline of hockey. Is it called the baseline hockey? What do they call
it'd be basketball.
Right, but what do they call the boards
end line,
at the bottom?
The end line?
Okay, well, I want the angle from there. I think I could see the game
Or the
better.
end zone camera. Everyone knows what an end zone is.
Yeah.
Because you saw a picture from where we were sitting at that Bowl and Bear Club when the Blues played the Sabres, and I said it was so, especially when, whichever team was coming toward that net, to see the play develop from even the other end of the ice. It was intriguing. I don't know how that would translate to television, but I can tell you sitting there, you could see the play develop and really get a better idea, I thought, of what was going on as far as players playing better or players making mistakes.
Yeah.
Oddly enough, because that's not the view that you see on television.
No, and I just want the option. Like I would understand. Like the simple answer would be like the advertisements on the boards need to be seen no matter what. But I think just giving the option, like, oh, you can also watch it from above.
It's called the goal line. I will gape you when I'm done with Kai.
Oh.
Doug, that's from our sponsor. He was in yesterday for charity purposes. That's the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. Jackson, would you like to apologize?
And if it passes that line after passing another 2 lines, that's icing?
Look at this.
That's right? Right?
Yeah, unless you're shorthanded.
Right, then icing is null and void.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this guy, Doug.
Yeah, you're picking up on it.
Dump and chase.
Yeah.
Line
now
shift.
You're just yelling things.
I did see a video of Austin Matthews losing a skate blade, and his teammates they pushed him off the ice like he was. I thought that was one of the cooler things I've seen in a while.
Jackson's a lake-hating, anti-hockey guy, and I could not be prouder. That's from the hunchback of Vaughn Castle, supportive of Jackson. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is TMA, and it's on 101 ESPN. This is the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Per Pete Thamel on Twitter, Missouri is expected to hire Miami linebacker coach and co-defensive coordinator Derek Nicholson as Mizzou's new linebackers coach. Nicholson spent the last 2 years at Miami and the prior 3 years at Louisville. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Aw, Doug.
What?
This is the jam.
Okay.
It's the tier below Can You Stand the Rain with New Edition, and of course what is my walk-up music, Falco's Rock Me Amadeus. But it's just the tier below.
Do you think this song, this beat especially, kind of inspired the Succession theme with that haunting piano right there?
Wow, Jackson Burkett. This guy's so existential, Doug.
Well, you know, Jesse Armstrong who created it's probably around the age where he'd be listening to a lot of Wu-Tang as a kid.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is Wu-Tang big in England? Text in.
Crowdsourcing.
Yeah, if you are in the UK,
What, roll call?
314.
Tim, is it time for roll call?
Yeah.
Where are people
Where are you right
listening?
now? Call in 314-974-0101, Callier and Thompson phone lines. And you can text in 314-399-9646. And we're giving away winter warm-up passes for the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, coming up at about 10:47. This is the Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour.
Tim, do you have time for housekeeping?
I like housekeeping.
Chris May will be stopping by tomorrow.
Friend of the show?
Yeah, the athletic director at St. Louis Shoes bringing Billiken gear tomorrow. And I think he's going to be bummed because he's really excited to give Jackie
I feel bad.
your own
That does
uniform.
suck.
I feel really bad.
Well, he can come back maybe another day to give it personally to
That
you.
denies us our gear, Doug, for the weekend.
I appreciate it regardless. Thank you to Chris May.
So
It's very
friend of the
kind of him.
show. Rich Gould will be on tomorrow talking about his Philadelphia Eagles. And also a little behind the scenes, I want to let you guys know that I had this is my second rejection when it came to surprise guests. So your dad, we wisely chose again.
Yes, that was Jackson with providing good counsel.
So on the heels of a great Jamal Mayers visit, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I had an idea, and Jackson said, I don't think so. So the idea, I'll just tell the group, since we're talking, I was going to get Butch Patrick on, the great Eddie Munster.
Nice.
What's wrong
Because
with
he's
having Butch Patrick
friends
on?
with Calvin May, and Calvin May told us a rather lengthy story while Calvin was the surprise guest. And I thought that'd be kind of nice months later to kind of
Absolutely.
circle back
Tie
to
it all
that
together.
conversation
Absolutely.
and get Butch Patrick on. And Jackie said, I don't think so. I don't think there's enough there. And I said, oh, shoot.
Wow, I'm surprised
Would you
by
guys-
that one.
So rather than mock Jackson, what do you guys think? Would you have played ball with it, or would you have been like, oh my God, what is this?
I would absolutely enjoy having Butch Patrick on.
My initial,
I mean, Doug, he had a delectable Vidow's Peak.
He had a great, maybe the best in television history.
my
Rank him.
my initial concern was similar, honestly, to Calvin May. Is there's a second question problem? Like, we know what we're going to ask these guys first. Then it's like after their answer, it's like
After we ask about the Vidow's Peak.
Well, after the Vidow's Peak and
Fred Gwynn.
and
big
Cal
for you?
May, it's like, well, then what's next? And Martin is also misremembering. There's a third surprise guest. And this one's really fun. When we were coming up on election day, he thought Ken Bone. He was going to pitch Ken Bone.
He actually attended a TMA golf tournament.
Yeah.
In the red sweater.
Okay.
For those of you who might not remember, but the name's ringing a bell, he asked a question in the 2016, I think it was the vice presidential debate, because it was in St. Louis. And that's usually the vice presidential debate at Washington University. But yes, Ken Bone, who was a TMA listener.
Yeah.
That was
He
the
might
part
be
that was
listening right now.
He could very well. Ken, call in 314-974-0101.
Well, I forgot about him. So I vet all of these beforehand, and then I explain my rationale why they'd be good in that venue. Because some of these guys could, like Jamal Mayers, could just be a guest.
Sure.
But I thought it was kind of fun to play off the wedding thing. And I thought Butch Patrick, we would play off the Cal May relationship.
I'm more open to. I don't.
Now it's too late.
I don't rule
can't be
with
a secret guest now. No, Daddy.
I don't rule. I don't rule with an iron fist. You know, this is a collaborative effort.
My mother-in-law is a listener to the program, Now, she is truly, and I'm not saying this just because she's my mother-in-law, she is both my father-in-law and mother-in-law are incredibly kind, quality people. Have you had a chance to meet them yet, Martin?
I don't believe I have.
Doug, I'm sure you have many a time.
A couple occasions.
I mean, like, truly wonderful people. And then to have a son-in-law for their only child, their daughter, be as big of a horrible pervert as I am.
Disappointment for them.
Yeah, has to be.
I feel terrible for him.
Has to be. And so yesterday evening, hanging out with my sons, and my mother-in-law texts me. She goes,
no.
Hey, what was going on with this wedding in Nebraska? In which the average listeners listening to Jamal Mayers, who had texted Martin that he thought I had brought a prostitute to the wedding in Nebraska because Nebraska, of course, is a hotbed of sex workers.
Omaha.
Spearmint Rhino East.
Right, it is. And I said, well... and then perhaps maybe weaving it into even more awkward conversation than potentially her daughter being thought of as possibly being a prostitute. No, this was my ex-wife who was thought to be, which is so odd because Jamal Mayer's wife, Nurse Natalie,
I saw her yesterday, and she said, I heard about it.
Is friends with my ex-wife, who is a wonderful person, for the record. Sure. But I'm like, yeah, they knew each other. So I don't know. But at the same time,
what did your mother-in-law? She wanted to know a little more.
She just likes to. She finds it funny that she knows I say ridiculous things, and then that I know that she's listening. But in my mind, when I'm saying the ridiculous things, I'm thinking no one's listening. Period. Much less my mother-in-law. And then when we get a conversation going in which my wife is thought to be a prostitute by an ex-NHLer on our program, why, that's a perfect opportunity for her to send me a text.
So she's even more disappointed in you today.
Exactly right.
Yeah,
I have an impression of Tim's father-in-law. Just let Timmy talk. It's
sounds
fine.
exactly like the impression of my dad.
Different. Doug, it's very different. This is Tim's father-in-law who will often text, it's best if Timmy does the story, okay? Let Timmy talk. Just let him go to spring training. Doug, you and Martin stay behind.
I'll just do
That's
it
your
by myself.
father-in-law, the voice is way different than your dad.
So, yeah, I enjoyed the Jamal Mayers stopping by.
I think people are mad at Jackson now for shooting down Butch. I just thought it would be so random. I only worried about the awkward open where you guys had no clue, and I would.
Oh yeah, that would be intriguing.
I was going to walk you up to it a little bit.
That part certainly would be intriguing. I remember. I'm telling you, when I saw Calvin May walk up to Joe Madden in the dugout while Joe Madden was getting ready to address the media and hand him an autographed picture of Butch Patrick's Monster Mobile.
That's a treat.
The look of confusion on Joe Madden's face.
What's he supposed to do with that?
So what'd your grandma think?
I don't know. I haven't told her yet.
Yeah? Speak with her before you know.
Send your emails in, designer, heating and cooling email today, an hour from now. Winter warm-up passes on the line. And then you can join the Fast Lane and the Rizzuto Show for Champ Bash at Hot Shots Fenton next Sunday. So both of your weekends are taken care of here with 101 ESPN. Hang with the members of both shows and watch the AFC and NFC championship games. Plus, enjoy bucket specials, delicious food, tons of TVs to watch the games, giveaways throughout the day, and the Pick'em Challenge punishment live on site. Champ Bash kicks off with a live 2-hour pregame show at 11 a.m. and the fun continues until the NFC and AFC champs are crowned. Don't miss this year's championship bash with 101 ESPN and the Rizzuto Show at Hot Shots Fenton next Sunday, January 26th. Get all the details now at 101ESPN.com. Doug, Jason Gosrow saved the day again for you this week with your garage door.
Yeah, he was out there 2 days ago, and now it's just working perfectly. Just a minor tweak. I thought, oh, no, I'm going to need the whole thing replaced. I'm going to need the whole door opener or the door, maybe all of it replaced. No. Jason Gosrow got out there, took a little look-see at it, made one little tweak, and now it's just working perfectly. This is the way they do it for you at Schaefer Door. If they ever come out and service your door, and for me, they had been out once before, they want to make sure that it's absolutely perfect. That's how reputation is formed on a business like this. Sometimes it's service after the first time they come out there. That's what it was for me. Schaefer Door is spelled Schaefer. They want you to know that because there's some Schaefer businesses out there that have 2 Fs. Only 1 F here. Schaefer. Their website is schaeferdoor.com. You can spell door your own darn self. Here's the number to call. 636-782-3608. I'll give it again. 636-782-3608. That will get you the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and they are versatile. They also have that special Monday morning standby service for those doors that break over the weekend, and they do service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or a warehouse with big, giant garage doors, Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs also. The service techs are not commission-based. They're not going to try to sell you some repair you don't need. That's just not how they roll. SchaeferDoor.com or call or text them at 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a CHI overhead door dealer.
I have some terrible news. I was going to go to a break, but considering the circumstances, I have to report this, and I hate it. Bob Uecker has passed away.
Oh man.
Wow.
No.
The Milwaukee Brewers tweeted it out 8 minutes ago. We are heartbroken to announce that Brewers icon and Baseball Hall of Famer Bob Uecker passed away today at the age of 90.
He was still doing games last year.
I'm telling you.
He seemed to be somebody who was going to live forever.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's terrible news.
That one hits.
There isn't anybody that doesn't love Bob Uecker.
Amen. That one, I mean, for real, like, I'm going to run around pulling for the Brewers, but if they would get to the postseason, I would always think about, man, I would love for him to be able to call a world championship.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he never got it, did he?
And I think Yelich even said that when they got knocked out. He said, man, I really wanted to win one for Uecker.
Yeah.
You'd see those videos of him celebrating with the team in there.
Yeah, dancing.
Man, legend.
Absolute. I mean, for real.
Former Cardinal.
Former Cardinal. True legend. You interact with him?
Little bit. You know, in spring training in '94, I was sent out there, Rhinelander, Wisconsin, the great NBC for that. I went to Arizona and spent a couple of days shooting video, and I was there by myself. And I said to the PR guy, can I do something with Mr. Uecker? They said, it's up to him. And I just said, is there any chance I could come in for it? Yeah, where are you from, pal? Right, hey, get in here. I got big fish up there. You know, I sat down I remember it as several innings, just filming him.
Oh, wow.
And then doing an interview, just sitting in the booth.
And when he would call games, he would do them straight, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, and actually, he's famous in Wisconsin for calling games and not saying a whole lot. Bill Murray even talked about it. He said he thought it was dead air because there's a 3-2. Let's take it outside. And then he would just a lot of long pause. He was very understated. Mm-hmm. And what I always thought was interesting, he was friends and teammates with Mike Shannon. But Uecker, for years, his home run call was, get up, baby, get up, gone. And then all of a sudden it became Shannon's thing at some point. But I swear Uecker had done that for decades. So my limited exposure to him, he was great. I think he got a little tired of people going, hey, Bob, you're in the front row. Yeah. All those great lines from the Miller Lite commercials. But he was the governor, the mayor, everything in the state of Wisconsin.
One of the funniest people that's ever walked the face of the earth, I think.
The quick wit, the self-deprecating. I mean, when you watch the Hall of Fame speech, when he goes in, the Hall of Famers are in tears laughing at his speech. If that thing pops up, my YouTube algorithm, I stop and watch it. It's like when I see Freeze's 9th inning at bat or 11th inning at bat. I'm like, might as well. It's like a little key bump. It's going to pick me up. Yeah, the Uecker Hall of Fame speech. Man, that's awesome. I feel like we talked about it, but maybe I'm mistaken that I did an interview with him for KMOV, and he was kind of, for lack of a better term, not in character, but I don't want to say he was in character. He's just like a human being. He has, different moments, and he was very serious at the time, and it was a great interview. He was super kind, but man, I was in awe sitting with him. Yeah, and I was and truly wanted to see the Brewers win while he was still calling games. This one hits. Bob Uecker has passed away at the age of 90. The Milwaukee Brewers just announcing here within the last 10 minutes. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
But during every player's career, there comes a time when you know that your services are no longer required, that you might be moving on, traded, sold, released, whatever it may be. And having been with 4 clubs, I picked up a few of these tips. I remember Gene Mock doing things to me at Philadelphia. I'd be sitting there and he'd say, grab a bat and stop this rally. Send me up there without a bat and tell me to try for a walk. Look down at the third base coach for a sign and have him turn his back on you. But you know what? Things like that never bothered me.
Doug, unfortunately, I think you're going to have to call attention to the edit point there.
I think it could have gone a little longer even.
That was a YouTube short.
It was a stutter step.
Okay.
It was a YouTube short. If I had time, I
YouTube short. Okay. Oh, YouTube short. Like it wasn't like a short. It was the video was a short.
Right. It's like the TikTok version of YouTube.
That Hall of Fame speech. I mean, it's outstanding, but it's the reaction of the guys behind him, the Hall of Famers, that make it all the better.
And it looks like he's just ad-libbing it all, just making it up as he goes.
I think there's actually a story about that he didn't write out a speech. Now that you bring that up,
Doug, I don't believe he did.
For those of you just joining us, Bob Uecker has passed away at the age of 90 years old. The Milwaukee Brewers announcing that here within the last 15 minutes. That is why Jackson was playing a clip of Bob Uecker's Hall of Fame speech. What year, Martin, you were asking what year he got the Ford C. Frick Award?
2003.
Oh, I missed it by a year. We were up there. Were you there for the Wizard? In 2002, we had Harry Callis get it that year. Legend, Philadelphia Phillies, voice of NFL films for many years.
Yeah.
Michael Jack Schmidt.
The slowest talker in the history of sports broadcasting.
Uecker was 2003. How about that?
Ford Frick.
Mr. Belvedere?
Certainly one of the all-time greats. One of the all-timers.
I'll probably sit in and watch some appearances on Johnny Carson. He'd have Carson pissing himself. And maybe I'll rewatch Mr. Belvedere for the 4th time.
This will be round 4.
Round 4.
I get Mr. Belvedere mixed up. What was the one that Alex Karras was in? Was that Webster?
That was Webster.
Webster?
Yeah, there was a time in the early 1980s in which networks decided it was the right move to have wealthy white families adopt young black children who were actually in their 30s but had some kind of issue with growth. And so Gary Coleman had a role in the great Emmanuel Lewis, who Doug always points out was Michael Jackson's date to the 1984 Grammys, and nobody batted an eye.
Were those the salad days of television?
What, when a guy could take a young boy to the Grammys?
And then later a chimpanzee, and then
then Brooke Shields.
Right, yeah. Odd. But just, that era of television, you guys look back and say that, salad days.
Joe Namath had a show, too. Remember, he was a star of one of the
Is that
sitcoms.
right?
Yeah, wasn't very good, but he had one.
I think most people view Different Strokes and Growing Pains and Webster as the salad days of television.
Yeah, the golden era.
The FBI wouldn't stop until every member of one of the cast was behind bars. I think that was the Gary Coleman show.
Different Strokes.
Yeah.
It should have been named the Gary Coleman show.
I think they were all behind bars at some point.
And that's what unfortunately led to its demise. Get involved on the program here, 314-399-9646. And email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. I have heard so many different pronunciations of this gentleman's name. I wonder if we can come to a consensus because it could impact Nolan Arenado.
Okay.
Doug, the Japanese pitcher free agent, how would you pronounce it?
Is it like Sasaki?
That's not the problem, though.
The first name?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Sasaki.
Martin, do you have...
No,
I've seen Rocky. I shouldn't say seen. I've heard Rocky Sasaki. Kind of fun.
Yeah.
Kind of fun. Or Roki Sasaki. And I've heard them both. Either way.
I thought it was Roki.
Has anyone thought to
Roki
ask
like
him?
Pokey.
Yeah, Roki like Pokey.
Jackson's tried to get him on the show, and we can't, but we will have Gabe tomorrow.
Yeah, well, it was either
Butch Patrick or Roki.
Roki or Butch Patrick.
You decide.
Yeah, and I chose Roki, but it was hard to get him, so you have to
The Cardinals might not have predicted that it would be so challenging to trade superstar third baseman Nolan Arenado before heading into the offseason. Between navigating around Arenado's full no-trade clause restrictions, his complicated contract, and the fact that the 8-time All-Star endured the worst season of his career at the plate in 2024, the Cardinals might not be able to move him before opening day. Oh, well. The latest development in the sweepstakes for Japanese sensation Roki Sasaki could potentially open a door for Arenado to rejoin the National League West this winter. According to sources, both the Dodgers and Padres have been calling teams with regard to trading for international bonus pool money with the hopes of bulking up the amount they can offer Roki Sasaki. That's from MLB.com's Mark Feinsand. One executive said there are a number of teams asking for international money, some that you would guess and some that you would not. LA and San Diego are certainly reaching out, but they are not alone. Other teams are recognizing opportunities. Arenado's list of teams he's willing to be traded to includes the Red Sox, Mets, Phillies, Angels, Dodgers, and Padres. Although Arenado's market has been quiet and the landing with the Dodgers seems highly unlikely, perhaps the Cardinals can scheme away. Doug, do you like that verb there? Scheme?
I don't care for it.
I don't like it at all.
No,
scheme.
Sounds like they're up to something nefarious.
Yeah. Scheme away to offload enough international pool money to move the 10-time Gold Glove defender to California, whether it be L.A. or San Diego. If St. Louis can give the Dodgers or Padres a significant edge over another team in the sweepstakes for Sasaki, perhaps either club would be willing to trade for Arenado, who still has roughly $64 million remaining on his complicated contract split between the Rockies and Cardinals. The Dodgers or Padres would receive one of this generation's most coveted international hurlers and land arguably one of the most gifted third basemen the game has ever seen. The Cardinals would be relieved of Arenado's expensive salary for the next 3 seasons, which could help accelerate the organizational reset. So there you go. That is from SI.com and Mark Feinsand of MLB.com with that report. How about that? How about that?
Might be a little optimistic spin on the Cardinals now being able to accelerate the reset by getting rid of their best player.
Flash of youth. Eric Fetty, / Porta Potty Guy, said flash of youth can be a good thing.
It can be if the youth is a better player than what you got rid of.
Just for the record, this time last year we were being told it was important that there was a veteran presence in the clubhouse.
Seasons change?
Yeah, that was Expose 1988. Am I right on that? Take a listen to this, Doug. Seasons change. People change.
Okay.
Maybe Mo should come out this weekend and say, well, some people like some things, and some people like other things. When it comes to veteran leadership, there's been a change.
So the best the Cardinals get out of the deal is they get out from under the salary.
I don't really understand your question.
Well, it was pretty straightforward. They're going to get
I would
nothing
love to know what was
in
that
return.
question.
They're going to get absolutely nothing in return for Arenado?
I would say if you're going to dump most of the salary, then likely no. If you are to take on, if you're going to eat most of the salary, then you might get a few prospects. But you're not going to get much.
Well, you'd better. What? You better get something.
But did you see what, like, the Brewers traded Devin Williams, and did you see what they got? Like, that's like, and he's the best, maybe the best closer in all of baseball. Like, you're not just getting a big return for guys who have a short lifespan relatively to the team.
Yeah, I'm not delusional enough to think they'll get a big return, but you got to get somebody.
What a time to be a Cardinal fan. Selling their highest paid players so other teams have the ability to buy an international player. The other teams get Nato and the pitcher. Laughing emoji, that is from the 314. If they could use the money to get Sasaki, you might be able to try to get Bobby Miller from the Dodgers. That is from the 314.
Take him. You won't get him for Arenado, I don't think.
That would have been the case. I believe that would have been part of the package you could have gotten for Arenado in 2023.
Per the LA Times article that many in St. Louis, for whatever reason, deemed to be #fake news in one of my more strange experiences in the 20 years hosting this program. That was very odd how that news was condemned as being fake, that Arenado was open to going to the Dodgers, written by the LA Times in July of 2023. Gotta be better around here. Sometimes we got blood on our hands here. It's not all perfect here. Just look around. As we reported on the argument over the Rams, $277 million, which I think is setting in a checking account at Bank of America. Is that
where it gets like half of 1%?
That's correct.
And they love it in St. Louis.
Ladies and gentlemen, Martin has onboarding.
Yeah, Robert Thomas is going to join me today.
He's going to onboard.
He'd like to further his connection to the show.
Tim Convy of the Courtney Show and performing at the Funny Bone. He's going to be with us coming up here in the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkett, Alton Toyota 10 o'clock hour. Then we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. You want to get to the winter warm-up? You can win the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin, we will see you tomorrow. You won't see Jackson tomorrow, and I know that's going to break your heart, but Chairman Kurt's going to sit right there, and I know what Chairman Kurt's going to do tomorrow. He is going to play drop after drop after drop to just say to the audience, without saying a word, look, I can do this. That's what he's doing, Doug. Trust me, that's going to happen.
Well, I hope so.
I look forward to that.
Yeah. Oh.
I mean, not you being gone. I mean,
no, you didn't mean
Alliance
that.
is crumbling.
No, I was just texting with Chris May to let him know you wouldn't be here because he's very excited to give you this jersey.
How about the athletic director of St. Louis University wants to meet you.
It's incredible. That's
and yet you're
awesome.
getting on a train.
Yeah. Well, that's the
I
damnedest
think he's
thing
still
about it.
coming, but I said I should at least let you know.
Please
Jackson.
pass on my gratitude, if you would.
I'll be here, Mr. May. I would never leave when you were coming in.
Wow, there it is. Starting. All right, Martin, we'll see you tomorrow. Tim Convy coming up. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring's been family and locally owned for over 30 years, and Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. His passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. So come in and talk to the people at Michael's so you will see the difference. You can go to igotfloored.com to learn more about Michael's Flooring. They want you to make sure that you have the best for your home. There is a reason he has continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him, and they feel like family. And then customers love working with Michael's Flooring. They have it all, but carpet is awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in the St. Louis metropolitan area. That's Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael. Make sure you visit igotfloored.com. Yep. Doug, you wanted it, you got it. Expose, seasons change. 1988, I think.
I don't know the years, Tim.
Is this 1988?
I don't know the years.
No, 87, 86, 87?
No.
Okay, well, that's fine. I still win.
Okay.
Doug, you always say this program is one where friends feel that they can...
They can drop in at any time.
Yeah, well, Tim Convy is our friend, and he has just dropped in at any time.
Hi, guys.
What's going on from the Courtney Show and the Funny Bone this weekend?
That's me. Yeah, great to see you. Yeah, Streets of St. Charles, Funny Bone.
Streets of St. Charles. I have not been to that one.
Fantastic.
Jackson refuses to go outside of 270.
Is that true?
That's right.
Have you always had that policy?
It's a hard stance.
They've come a long way outside of 270.
They've come a long way.
They really have. I mean, I talk about this whenever I do Streets of St. Charles. I mean, I am standing on the ground when I do those shows that was Noah's Ark.
Oh, is that right? Is that where it is?
Remember that?
Wow.
I do.
Yeah. Now
I
it's
do too.
Streets of St. Charles. It's fantastic. And you had certain conceptions, I think, about what went on. There's certainly
Jackson still does.
Yeah. Going to Mizzou, I mean, we gave the St. Charles folk a hard time. It is just lovely out there.
Jackson, come around on St. Charles.
I mean, I believe it. I don't know if I'll get a chance.
No, you think it's a little
I didn't say no. I didn't say no. I didn't say no. I didn't say no.
Not Central Corridor.
I'm appalled by
It's on my radar now.
It's evolved. It's nice. Join me for the shows. It has. They've
Why
come
don't you
a long
go
way.
out there? Oh, Jackson's on a train to Chicago tomorrow.
Yeah.
He only goes to cosmopolitan cities on the weekends.
Ideally, yeah.
Come out. When are you back? We got a show Sunday.
I will be back in the afternoon time on
Let's
Sunday.
do it. That's fine. 7:30
So there you go. 7:30 show.
And that's at Noah's Ark.
Yeah. It is at the Streets of St. Charles Funny Bone. There's so much great stuff at Streets, though.
I've been to Streets of St. Charles, and it is really nice.
Some great restaurants in there.
Yeah.
Yes. I can only pronounce a few of them, but they're
they're nice.
They are nice.
What do you got going on this weekend, Tim? What is the details on the festivities for our audience?
Yeah, we start tonight. So I just do it annually. I headline one club or the other of the Funny Bones here in town. This year, it's at Streets. Starts tonight at 7:30. We got 2 shows Friday, 2 shows Saturday. Saturday, they've made the shows a little earlier, 6 o'clock and 8:30, which is nice.
Yeah.
Again, you can participate in all the fun stuff out at Streets. And then a Sunday show, Jackson, of course, will be there.
Yes, he will.
That is at 7:30. Yeah, and it's fun. So it's my long set. Sean O'Brien, who I don't know if you guys have had on or not, he's opening all the shows. And then guests throughout the week. Brando from my show comes out Saturday, does a little stand-up. Sunday, Greg Warren, who I know you guys
Friend
have
of the
on,
show.
will be
Absolutely.
out there.
And so you do a podcast with Greg and Sean O'Brien.
Correct. Yeah, it's called The Consumers. We take a different brand every week and kind of deep dive, insult each other, say a lot of wrong information. So everything from Coca-Cola. We just did Otis Elevators for
Otis Elevators, sure.
We do the big ones, Gatorade and Pizza Hut and all that. So that's a whole lot of fun. And then, so lots of special guests. And then I do some music, which I know a lot of people cringe at the idea of a comedian reaching for a guitar.
Yeah, but you're a legitimate musician.
I'm a
Doug Ludo.
A keyboard. Yeah, Doug knows.
Sure, I play
see-
myself.
Yeah, I see at the shows. I play keys in a band called Ludo that's from here. And so this is my shot. I've always wanted to be a guitarist. So at these shows, I get to play guitar. It's fun. It's not the cringy stuff you think of.
Doug always says I can do anything, but
I don't think I've ever said that.
But I look at musicians with great envy, and so I'm curious. So obviously in Ludo, you got your gig, but now did you just say you're like learning to mess with the guitar? Are you just picking up other instruments as you go here? I mean, are you like a Renaissance man?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I've played guitar poorly since I was a teenager.
Okay.
And I've always, in Ludo, I played keys but I've always wanted to be that guy. I talk about how people don't like keyboard players. Like, women aren't into keyboard players. Everybody else looks cool on stage. I stand up there like a secretary. Like, it's not a sexy thing.
Yeah.
They're not
so
saying,
it's not getting
hey,
you
look
anywhere?
What's that?
It's not getting you anywhere with the ladies?
Things are fine. I mean, listen, it's all worked out in spite of my keyboard playing, but I've always wanted to be the cool guy. So with this, I get to be the lead singer and play some guitar.
Are you noticing an improvement in your guitar skills, Jim?
Absolutely.
Really?
Because I'm up there. It's anything you do, you put the work in, like, you're going to get a little bit better. I am a long way to go if I want to actually call myself a guitarist, but in terms of playing some chords, relating these, ridiculous songs, I'm getting the job done.
What do you think the easiest instrument would be to pick up for a young tyke? I have 2 young boys, and I would like them to play a musical instrument. What'd you say?
What a great question. Just to pick up and sort of like be able to do something and to kind of be able to understand music, keys, I think, piano.
Okay.
However, if you're only, I always say this, if you just want to be in a band, you want to be in a rock band, and you got to kind of find a way in, and you don't want to have to do all kinds of things, bass.
Is that right?
It's
Yeah,
four strings. A great bassist is awesome. It's not to say that bass players aren't great, but like in a lot of bands that are big, like the guy who's like, man, he got in because he was friends with them.
He's the bass.
You pick up
be
the
darned.
bass. Yeah.
How about this? Ludo is great. The Broken Bride EP is still in my rotation, and it never gets old. That's from Daddy Be Cooking.
Yeah,
How
so
about that?
the Broken Bride is a rock opera. Doug, do you want to take this one, or do you want me to?
Yeah, you can go ahead and take this. It's your time to shine.
It's our rock opera that's out there. So yeah, I appreciate that.
Guys, I lost my virginity in the Noah's Ark parking lot. That's from the
Is that
314.
right?
Yeah. How about that?
They used to advertise piping hot clam chowder. That was their big specialty. That was it. That was their specialty.
That person should come out and celebrate at the shows this weekend.
Like, how much material do you have to memorize for your stand-up?
Quite a bit. It's a weird memorization. It's not necessarily all word for word. You kind of get the ideas going, and then if you're doing it often enough, you're just conveying the story. So it's if you just look at it like a handful of stories, you go from one to the other, and you get the wording because you're getting that feedback where you're like, well, when I say it like this inflection, this wording, that works the best, even subconsciously, that has an effect on you, and you kind of say it right, and it gets better and better.
I recall.
But I'm up there for, probably 45 minutes. And
you're doing 45 minutes set, man. Wow.
Well, with the music, it's close. Closer to an hour. I guess.
Wow. Yeah. I recall talking to you. I think I was talking to you, if I'm not mistaken, about Chappelle and Rock when they came to St. Louis.
Yeah.
And I truly feel like we were on the verge of a Guns N' Roses at Riverport 1990s situation if Chappelle didn't get there within like the 5-minute window he had left before they were going to cancel his set. Chris Rock had come out there, and he had kind of, I think, gone longer than he planned to because he knew Chappelle hadn't landed in St. Louis yet. Right. But I noticed that Rock had on kind of like a prompter, it was a prompter, not his material, he wasn't doing his material prompter, but like the topics to make sure that he kind of had his roadmap. How common is that now?
Pretty common, especially for like of that size, or if you're Chris Rock and you've got just a million things going on. Yeah. It's not great. And some of them will have word for word,
Oh, is that right? Really?
Well, if you're shooting a special versus you're just out there doing stuff, you're at different stages. If that technology is available to you, some other people will do it. But think about it like just like a set list for a band, right? We go out and play a show. Yeah. I got the 10 songs written down so that we're all on the same page. Right. I'll have a sheet up with me this weekend that's just like a set list where it's like these are the bits. That's the roadmap. You'll go to different places. Different things will happen, whether it's with the audience or just sort of this works well. I'll talk more about that. But just kind of listing it up there just keeps you safe. Yeah.
I'm curious for my own interests.
Yeah.
This isn't the hack radio, I'm interviewing comedian question, but I am hack. I want that on the record just in case anybody wasn't aware. Right now, if there was a comedian that you would recommend to go, hey, check this guy, this lady out, whether it be a special on Netflix, Hulu, wherever, YouTube, who is somebody that you can introduce me to, kind of having an idea of my deviant sense of humor?
Yeah,
what would you say with
man? I mean, there's so many. There's a guy named Mike Racine who I love, who I think you would love. It's Recine, who's great. And then just all the stuff there's so much out there, and some of it's. What's crazy is that, are you familiar with Nate Bargatze?
Sure. I mean,
he's the biggest comedian in the world, and it's insane how few people have heard of him or even kind of know.
Really? Is that right?
Yeah.
But I do feel like, because I think Greg, who you'll be working with this weekend at the Funny Bone, St. Charles for the record, that he's like, I've known him forever, and he has been working for him, and he's in his... What is he, in his mid-40s, I think?
Yeah, 45,
right?
Yeah.
But he's been doing it for a long time, and then all of a sudden, it, like, took off.
Yep.
What caused that rise for him? I mean, I know he did SNL, but you're not going to get SNL without...
Yeah, SNL, like, put it in this, it's a whole new stratosphere where it's like, oh, yeah, that guy's the biggest comedian in the world. Prior to that, he did there was a Netflix thing. Netflix was doing kind of series for a while where it was like, look at this cluster of 15-minute specials we have.
Netflix is a joke, right? That's what that was.
It was under that, I forget what they called it. It had some silly name. It was a 15-minute special or something. His really stuck out. A few bits really stuck back out. He was buying, selling more and more tickets. He's in a place where he's clean too. He checks a lot of boxes. He's got that little bit of the Southern thing, and certainly the golf crowd was.
Yeah, he's big into golf. Loves talking Vanderbilt and Nashville.
It adds up, and then he talks personally about how he also he quit drinking, and it was just kind of this skyrocket, And he would always say like
for his career.
Yeah.
Oh wow, I didn't know that part. Okay.
He would. There's somebody tells a story of they're at some bad comedy club somewhere in the Midwest somewhere, and they drive by the arena, and he goes, "Someday I'm gonna quit drinking and I'm gonna play that place." And then he did.
Wow.
Yeah, but it's remarkable. It's true of Nikki too. All these comedians have this, you call it hitting the button, where they stop drinking, get everything into gear and rule. And I've never drank in my life, so
Is that right? I didn't know that.
Have you thought about getting liquored up?
Never
for a show?
started.
Doug would like to go get a scotch with you after the show.
My point is, I don't have that button to push to kind of take it to the next level. What am I supposed to do? But yeah, maybe it is the revert. Maybe Doug and I will go out, have a drink, and you guys will never see me again.
Tim Convy in studio, and he will be at the Funny Bone. It starts tonight. And once again, this is at the Streets of St. Charles, Funny Bone location. And Jackson has just committed to be there when he gets back on his train from Chicago for the Sunday evening performance.
You want to do a couple minutes? You want to do?
I wouldn't mind seeing your act.
I have some thoughts.
Have you really?
Well, I was going to ask, because I see a lot of younger comedians on TikTok and Instagram. Do you think that there's an over-reliance of crowd work going on in the younger generation of comedians?
Big time, And I mean, it's I can complain about that, they're not joke writers.
Is that considered hack by some comedians?
For sure. Yeah. By some, it is, I mean, that's what people want. That's the media that's out there. That's how that's
But it's volatile, right? It's not consistent?
It's not consistent. The problem is somebody will have a red-hot crowd work moment. Right? It'll go viral, and then all of a sudden that person is selling thousands and thousands of tickets.
Was that the Matt Rife gig?
Yeah.
Matt Rife's been doing stand-up for a long time. Is Matt Rife among the other guys who are doing arenas? No. But he's not. It's fine. He's not a, weird YouTube star that got a viral moment and now people are going to him and they can't even do stand-up comedy. He can do stand-up comedy. Yeah. But if you look at all the comedians who grossed the most, you're looking at Seinfeld, Gaffigan, Nate, and they're all as skilled comedians as you can imagine. And then Matt Rife's up there. But he takes way more heat than I think he deserves.
Sure. Yeah, for the record, I wasn't asking from the taking heat perspective. I was curious because I feel like he blew up in part with correlation with going viral on the crowd work.
And he's great at crowd work, So I don't have a problem with him. What I do have an issue with that I think really suffers is some of these comedy clubs, in LA and New York, those are the places that all the best comics are working and they're developing their material. Well, everybody's so desperate to be successful now. Instead of go write great jokes, go work them out at the Comedy Cellar, and then all these things are going to happen. They all show up, they bring their cameras and their microphones, and they just start doing crowd work.
And they just need to catch a little heat, and then they'll,
Right.
But is some of the crowd work, Tim, staged? That they have a buddy kind of...
Oh, I don't know if there's plants in the audience. What there definitely is pre-roll, especially guys who are getting up there and doing a whole set of crowd work or whatever, where you know how to lead people into the certain thing. There's going to be a guy who's going to be wearing a certain thing, and you're going to say, what? Inevitably. I've got them too. We've all got them. It's just, are you doing an hour of that, or is that a cute little trick you're doing in your first 5
Jackson,
minutes?
you're going to be doing, just 5 minutes?
Yeah,
on Sunday. Tight five. Are you going to focus on crowd work, or are you just going to focus on the Sacramento Kings?
No, it'll be a real airing of grievances, a little Seinfeld-y. What's the deal with that? You
got it written yet, or are you going to do that on the train? Right?
I'm going to get it written down, tightened up on the train, and then I think I'll just close out with my complaints about the American political system, and I think it's going to go great.
Oh, is that right? You're going to go out there with your thoughts into St. Charles and give your take on the state of American politics.
Here's my problem.
Doug, I might make it out there now for Sunday's show.
Bring some tomatoes.
Yeah. There we go. St. Louis.
Yeah, I think it's going to go well. I think it'll be received well.
So what I think you should do when you write this stuff on the train, then you got to work this stuff out before you do it. This is the funny bone we're talking about. Go car to car.
Yeah. Try the material. Different crowds.
Yeah.
Different crowds.
Tap people who are asleep on the shoulder.
I've got some material.
If I could have your attention just for a moment.
Yeah.
I've got some material for my 5-minute set. 100%.
I think it'd be great.
Tim Convy, you can hear him every morning, 6 to 10 on 106.5 The Arch on The Courtney Show, Courtney Landrum. And you can see him starting tonight, Funny Bone, Streets of St. Charles, tonight, tomorrow, throughout the weekend, right? All the way through Sunday.
All the way through Sunday.
Yeah.
6 shows, 2 on Friday, 2 on Saturday. StLouisFunnyBone.com.
Awesome, man. Thanks for coming in, Tim.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate
That's
it.
Tim Convy of The Courtney Show and The Funny Bone, Streets of St. Charles this weekend. Thanks, brother. Appreciate
Thank you,
it. Jackson, can you hold that back up again? Thank you so much. Design Air Heating and Cooling sponsor of the email today. That's coming your way in about, I would say 12 minutes. And we're giving away winter warm-up passes to the winner today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is the sponsor of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And they're online at DesignAirService.com, the longest-running sponsor on TMA. Doug's a client. Martin's a client. And I'm a client as well. Let me tell you something, brother. Doug, a low of 7 on Sunday.
I don't like it.
A low of 6 on Monday.
Not a fan.
A low of 8 on Tuesday and Wednesday, and then snow in the forecast on Thursday.
Oh, a lot of snow?
Yeah. You don't have that just yet. But the chance of precipitation currently 1 to 2 inches, 40%. That's what I got for you. Is this stuff going to be melted by then? Because we're up in the 40s today and tomorrow.
I think a lot of it will melt.
Hopefully so. Design Air Heating and Cooling, that's Seth Goldcamp. He is 4th generation, and I know firsthand that he will take care of you and any heating issues you have. DesignAirService.com. The name of the game, if you love TMA, is to support the sponsors. Support the sponsors. These are people that we know personally, and we send to you because we can vouch for them. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up to wrap up the show. Then it's BK and Ferrario, and then it's the Fast Lane, and then it's Blues and Flames. Robert Thomas with us in the 8 o'clock hour. 8 o'clock hour brought to you by the Fisher Window and Door Store. And Robert Thomas said in that 8 o'clock hour, it's the most important game of the year. Puck drop at 6 p.m. Pregame at 6 p.m. here on 101 ESPN. Puck drop at 7 p.m. See if the Blues can close that gap on the Flames even further with a win tonight before going out on the road. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the Calgary Flames right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. And that was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
CMA 101 ESPN.
Mug and S, sponsor of our 10 o'clock hour. That's stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. Before we go to our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today in this segment to wrap up today's edition of The Morning After, Doug, news and notes. The story broke less than an hour ago that the great Bob Uecker has passed away at the age of 90, and there is a statement from the Uecker family. It is with heavy hearts that we mourn the passing of Bob. To many, he was an announcer and entertainer. His humor and voice transcended the game, but to us, he was so much more. Bob faced a private battle with small cell lung cancer since early 2023, which he met with the same strength and resilience that defined him. Even in the face of this challenge, his enthusiasm for life was always present, never allowing his spirit to falter. He brought joy to countless listeners through his wit, charisma, and love for baseball, Milwaukee, and all of Wisconsin, creating a legacy that will forever be cherished. While his contributions to the game are noteworthy, it is his kindness, humility, and love for family and friends that we will hold closest to our hearts. We are grateful for the outpouring of love and support during this difficult time as we grieve and celebrate the man we were so lucky to call ours. That is from the Uecker family. So he was dealing with small cell lung cancer over the last 2 years.
Yeah, that apparently he didn't let anybody know about. Publicly, anyway.
That's correct. And then from Jeremy Rutherford, Joel Hofer in net tonight. Doug, what do you think about that? That's a
little surprising.
That's a little surprising.
But it will tell you what they think of Hofer if they've got the most important game to date of the season, and they're going to go with him.
And Jeremy Rutherford also reporting Jake Neighbors is questionable for tonight. The team will have a better idea after he takes the optional morning skate today. If he can't go, Walker would be in. So there's some news and notes from Jeremy Rutherford. But, yeah, I do think it's of note that Joel Hofer is getting the call for the Blues in what Robert Thomas called this morning on our program the most important game of the year.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's been good. And Bennington's been good the last 2 games. He's very good. But I think that Montgomery said that he plans to use him about a 2/3 Bennington, 1/3 Hofer rotation. And it's about time that Hofer got back in there.
Marcia's Burner is one of my favorite text inbox names that's inherited from 101 ESPN, whereas TMA brought a lot of our friends from HD2 and KFNS and 920 WGNU and 1380. I mean, you're talking about some heavy hitters.
Mm-hmm.
Marcia's Burner says, no QFTA this week. No, Marcia's Burner. We're QFTA-ing today. We're QFTA-ing today.
Really?
Jackson, I want to go 5 hours with today's. Look at the look on his face.
In addition to this show, another 5 hours?
I think I have that much that people want to hear.
9 hours of talking in one day?
I have a train to catch in the morning. So as long as I can get out before, 7 a.m. tomorrow.
What could you talk about for 5 hours?
Myself.
Oh, yeah, well, that was an easy one, wasn't it?
I would rank my top 100 Tim McKernan moments.
Oh, I thought that was it. That was the end of it.
That's how you would spend your 5 hours.
If someone was like, broadcast for 5 hours, yeah.
You're going to try to get it down to 100?
I know.
Nice.
We're going to
have a big show tomorrow, Jackson. That's nothing against you, but Chairman Kurt's going to be sitting there and he's going to be firing drops. What are you going to try to do? Like 100 drops? Just to send a message, aren't you?
Like for the 7 o'clock hour?
Wow.
No.
Jackson's drop auditor, who I think has switched to Jackson's conscience.
Is that right?
I'm focused on not forcing it. I want it to come natural in the moment. I want it to be kind of organic. So it's going to be a good day.
All right, there you go. And we got
I cannot believe this is even on FM right now.
Yeah.
Well, it is.
Trust me. It's how John Kioski and Tommy Mattern feel, too. All right, we got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, Hofer is better at home than away. From the 314.
Well, Doug, they said 2 for Bennington, 1 for Hofer, and Bennington's played the last 2 games. Hofer's up.
Suck it, Doug.
Okay, knock it off, ball game.
Guys, imagine being the Calgary Flames and getting a back-to-back road trip, and you find out instead of spending a week in L.A. or New York or Nashville, you get to spend it in St. Louis. That's from Sniffin' Holes.
If you're in Calgary, is that in Alberta? If you're in Calgary,
yes.
I'm sure St. Louis is pretty nice this time, especially as Tim mentioned earlier, a balmy 37 degrees
That's
out there.
exactly right. Thank you.
Well, there's lots to do here, especially during the middle of the week.
Tim Convy show.
Mm-hmm.
That's on Sunday, but...
And you're going to do a tight 5?
Yeah, I consider it.
What do you suppose they did all day here yesterday?
Where do they put a team like that up?
Usually at
downtown, or
yeah, a lot of them used to stay at Union Station, that hotel at Union Station, so they could just walk over.
You think they did the Ferris wheel?
Oh, probably, sure, no doubt.
Fudgery?
Yeah, you could spend all day at the Fudgery.
Some outlet malls. Hit a couple outlet
I don't know
malls.
what you do. I'm sure they probably practice somewhere. That'll kill a couple hours. Then what?
Doug, before we go to the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, have this exchange on ESPN.com. Should we expect any more big trades this offseason? Friend of the show, Jeff Passan, writes, the answer is yes, but more because it's just in executives' natures to want a deal. There are no obvious gotta-happen trades unless a can't-miss opportunity presents itself. San Diego will hold on to Cease. Arenado's market isn't teeming. Do you like that there?
It's okay, I guess.
Seattle doesn't want to move its starters, and on top of that, St. Louis is in action this winter. His surprise teams that thought multiple Cardinals would move. Normally, active Tampa Bay hasn't wheeled and dealed quite like it typically does, and Minnesota has entertained plenty, but consummated nothing. That goes back to the Mickey Rooney reset. So when you have all those teams and all these opportunities and free agents who are holding firm for now on prices, teams are going to get a little twitchy, and that's when the trades happen. So he's making the observation that many people around baseball thought the Cardinals would be active in trading away players, and of course, it has been an inactive offseason to date.
They've traded no one, right? They lost Goldschmidt to free agency, and that's the change so far.
That's right.
Signed a couple of low-level minor leaguers that don't figure to be on the big league team.
You call them low-level.
They passed on the Rule 5 draft option.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I think, things are looking up.
Well, we thought there would be a lot of action, even if it was not necessarily for the positive. We thought they'd still do something towards building towards the future.
I just think Arenado's the domino.
Yeah,
that's it. And which means Bregman's the domino, but maybe it's Roki Sasaki that's the domino.
I think that's what's keeping teams. Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is crazy to say, but like teams are a little gun shy right now until he gets signed. It was much like Ohtani last year.
I think you're right. I think that he's playing a role in some of these teams as well. Tim, when's the next pod drop? That's from the 618. Boy, Jackson, they're wanting us out there.
Clamoring.
Email in your questions. We'll talk about anything, and then we put it on YouTube. We live stream it on YouTube, youtube.com/TMASTL. I got a meeting right after the program. So I'm thinking 11:30, 11:45?
Perfect.
Does that work?
Absolutely.
And then we wrap it up around 5, 6 o'clock tonight?
Yeah, right. But we move the pod to a restaurant and continue to do it while we
keep
dine.
Going.
Yeah.
Back to the Hive for Dirty Wings?
There's so much to say right now.
And also people really love to hear when you're eating and doing a podcast.
And talking into a microphone?
Yeah.
That's good
right
stuff.
in your mouth. Mukbang is what they call that.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're interested in a mukbang, then you can watch Doug with his hot take mittens.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll put them on, yeah.
EDF Group's the sponsor of Doug's Hot Take Mittens, and you can support the EDF Group as a sponsor of TMA by doing the following. Emailing the EDF Group at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF Group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. The EDF Group is hot and will prevent your facility from having hot fires. Experience the EDF Group difference and more at theedfgroup.com. Hey, Tim, is I guess QFTA is starting up. Is Stupiracy still a thing? Yeah, I guess maybe it wasn't clear. And you know what? I'm going to own that and blame that on Jackson.
My bad.
Yeah. But it was a 12-episode season. And Riz and I of the Rizzuto Show, Doug, we're going to start shooting the second season, I think, sometime here in the next month or so.
It's been greenlit.
It was greenlit a couple months ago for season 2 of Stupiracy, Stupid History and Conspiracy Theories.
Okay. Greenlit by the executive poobahs?
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
And I guess whether it be here in St. Louis or in Minneapolis, I don't know. But yeah, we will be doing that again. And yeah, they wanted us to go to 5 hours on QFTA. So that's what
Who wanted that?
Minimum 5 hours.
Minimum 5 hours, yeah. So we'll be doing that at youtube.com/TMASTL. All right, Chairman Kurt, I think I might be able to get into my email. We want to make sure that we do it right. So if you don't mind bringing over your laptop,
okay,
and I will read for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Giving away winter warm-up passes, Doug, for the weekend.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
And you have filtered these.
Yeah, correct.
Are you sure?
I am sure. There was a couple that just couldn't make the cut today.
Okay, good.
TMA Curiosities, Volume 2. Did you know that TMA has an app? They sure do. Do they keep it up to date? Well, no, of course not. Can you text the show via the app? Yes, you can. Just don't expect that message to be read because it goes to the old HD2 number instead of the new one for 101 ESPN. Want to call the show? You can do that too. But once again, an old number is referenced via the TMA app. Jackson, are you feeling like these shots are landing close to home?
I don't design the app. Like, I do a lot. I don't design the app. I do a lot.
So you've just got to brush to the side and say, oh, well, let someone else handle that.
It's as much my responsibility as yours, so how do you like that?
Well, I brushed to the side also.
All right, fair enough. Now, honesty in media.
You asked about applying for Lister of the Month. Sure, those instructions are there. Keep in mind, these are how to apply for the 2023.
Oh, well, come on.
Lister of the Month. No mention, of course, of 2024 or 2025, though. Send a quick message to the show. Absolutely. Unfortunately, Martin is conspicuously missing, but sending feedback to former show members Iggy and Plowboy is possible.
Yeah, well, they're curious.
Join me next month at Left Bank Books, where I will entertain the audiences with these anecdotes as well as many upcoming TMA clock, facts, myths, and conspiracy theories. Doug, that's from the River to Pear Boulevard pothole.
River to Pear Boulevard pothole. He's new.
It seems as if simp boys win this prestigious competition often. So I've got the hiccups bad and it ain't good.
Doug, scare him.
I don't have anything to scare him with.
And so I would like to lay out my simp resume to show I'm the simp of all simps. Number one, I stopped talking to my friends because my wife didn't like how they talked about boobs. Number two, I stopped watching sports because my wife couldn't participate. Number three, my neighbor mows my lawn and fixes things in my house while I cook supper. Number four, I sleep on the couch because me moving around disrupts my wife's sleep.
Oh, there was. I got that. Boo. Didn't have
the tickets.
Number five, I go to the garage to sneeze because it annoys my wife. I am the simp of simps, and I can't wait to simp to 20-year-olds for their autograph. That's from Bubba Gump
I
Simp.
heard another one. Bubba Gump Simp?
That's correct.
Okay.
I'm going to battle through. What I want to do is battle through.
Okay.
To the pale young man with a nice rear end and noticeable bulge I saw on aisle 9 at the grocery store.
What's up?
Our eyes met briefly as you reached for a box of Gushers. I couldn't help but admire the way your jeans hugged your curves.
Okay.
I wandered the aisles pretending to look for items while stealing glances at your perfectly sculpted rear.
Okay, it's enough.
It's true, though.
It was a sight that left me breathless, each moment filled with an electric...
Oh,
that one, you got whiplash on that one.
I'm telling you, I feel like I'm on the verge of going on the vomit comet.
Oh, no.
Rainbow.
Like it would just be, like rainbow shower. It would just like projectile.
I haven't seen that on YouTube in a while.
Yeah.
You can move my laptop when you do that.
Yeah, I would want to.
Right into the hard drive.
We might get a viral moment if you do.
Yeah, that'd be good. You think it'd be good for the show?
Yes, yes, it would be.
You turned and smiled, your eyes sparkling with an unmistakable flirtation. For a moment, time stood still as the bustling store faded away, leaving just the two of us in the instant. I felt like another one was coming.
Didn't hear that one.
I should have said something, anything, but instead I awkwardly shifted my cart and felt the heat of your gaze lingering on me. If by chance you remember our brief encounter, let's not let it slip away. I'd love to explore that undeniable chemistry in a more private setting. If you're interested, meet me in aisle 9 again. I'll be the one with the mischievous smile and a cart full of desire. That's from Marcia's Burner.
Okay.
Cart full of desire is good.
Marcia's Burner.
Wasn't that a film? Cart full of desire?
I don't know.
If anyone had this week's TMA trifecta of Stanley Tucci, The Devil Wears Prada, and The Grateful Dead, please head to the cage to collect your winnings. No other sports show in America would have the balls to break down different strokes and Butch Patrick's Monster Mobile on the same day. But you guys effortlessly discussed a 46-year-old TV show which aired before most of your listening audience was even born. Hello, Marconi Award. After weeks of pointless drivel talking about mundane topics like the Golden Globes and 8th grade basketball, my ears perked up this morning when you started to discuss my favorite band, the Grateful Dead. The Grateful Dead are living Americans forming over 60 years ago, yet still relevant today. I was so excited that you guys might spend a few moments talking about them, but your crippling ADHD took over, as it so often does, on your truly awful program. The conversation was quickly redirected to two of your listeners hypothetically hooking up at a Wally's gas station. It sounded something like this. Jerry Garcia, Ron McKernan, Mickey Rooney, Mickey Rourke. That's it. You listed a few band members, brought up breakfast at Tiffany's for some reason, and that was the entirety of your Grateful Dead discussion. At least the pale anti-drop board operator coined a new phrase into the TMA lexicon today when he admitted that he's, quote, not the greatest knower of Buck, while staring directly into blinding sunshine. And for that, I thank you. Doug, that's from the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
So this is the show, huh? Slow news day as none of the local teams played, and Nolan Arenado's agent hasn't run out of teams to flirt with by proxy. So let's give Libby Jack Virgin Man Bun Soy Boy some runway to spit hot film takes that you can't find on goodorbad.com because he doesn't own the domain and probably never will, considering no one is going to fund a movie website for a reviewer who confuses Mickey Rourke and Mickey Rooney. I concur that Honora is good, but not Best Picture good, as there's some issues with the pacing, especially in the final third. There are some great scenes within the high-end Manhattan brothel where the main character works. I enjoy any film where someone barges into private sex rooms where you see random middle-aged Johns making that deer in headlights face that Sam Darnold was making Monday night. Personally, I prefer Sean Baker's Red Rocket and Don't Sleep on Starlet, featuring Miguel Ferreira playing himself, banging the lead character, whispering French in her ear, and everything. Great to have Tim Convy join us again. I think back to the 2016 Lemmings Open, a.k.a. the one where Ken Bone was being followed by a large production crew like he was Elvis. And Tim Convy was there too, presumably questioning his career choices that led to him to promote himself on a low-powered AM station that was struggling to stay on the air because they were on remote at a golf course in the middle of North County. But look at him now. He's headlining at the Funny Bone in the corner of St. Chuck. That doesn't feel like St. Chuck. He's all grown up, and he's all grown up, and he's all grown up. Doug, that's Buck Swope. And that's what we have for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. What you got?
Today I'm going to vote for the JV golf coach. JV golf coach.
River to Pear pothole.
I'm also with the pothole.
Boulevard Pothole has won the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. And what that means is the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom maintains her lead and chases history here to become the first ever female winner of the Emailer of the Month, brought to you by Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Doug, what are we going to do if history is made?
I just don't know if there's anything we can do.
Nice.
Just sit here and have to deal with it. That's all we can do.
Monitor it closely is what you do. Jackson, I feel like you're about to point to me, or you're stretching.
No, all good. No,
Okay.
no point. No
all
stretch.
right, ladies and gentlemen, BK and Ferrario are coming up. You always go back and podcast the show. That podcast brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. Time for us to shut it down. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Doug the Sullivan Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.